That was so well timed.
Aren't working right.
Aw,
It's worth it for the bit.
this is a pretty good bit.
So I broke in, and then I was like, well, I don't like being polite, but like, wait, no, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me try that again. I would like to be polite, but then I'm like, I could probably let Ray in. I feel like I have the jurisdiction, right? Like, I think that's fine. So then I just did. But I was gonna wait, but then I didn't.
You
Okay,
just you decided to break out or break in and then help someone else break in.
Yeah, I was talking to the voices in my head, waiting for an invite in because I, much like vampires, I have to be invited in before I come in. But mine's just autism.
Good to know.
Canonly,
Good to
the
know.
rules of autism
cannot be allowed in unless given permission.
can't be around garlic. It's a sensory thing.
Genuinely, I cannot stand the smell of really strong garlic.
Oh my god, stop. That's so funny. Okay, so where are we eating? Because I thought I saw a setup outside.
Actually, if you saw something outside, it might have been it.
It might have.
It might have.
Do you know or do you not?
I don't know what you saw.
I don't know what I saw. I usually don't. Oh, pretty!
Thank you.
Oh, this is cute.
You're so.
Thank you.
Jesus!
Hi.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, you know, places.
Over
He does
yonder.
have a lot.
Your holes?
You get used to it at a certain
Why are we
point.
discussing
Okay.
holes?
Now,
I don't want to discuss.
I mean, speaking of holes, so
Oh my.
I heard we're finally gonna meet this this guy. I say we, but I think other people have met him, but I haven't.
I've met Frame like a couple times, like in passing.
I've never met this dude. Why not? Anyways,
He'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen Crane since like we all first started settling down.
Yeah,
I've been watching his place, but you know.
I was late to the party, so I was kind of really deep in the jungle during these times of settlement. So like,
Oh, I have gifts for everyone.
Oh,
Gifts?
I'm waiting. I'll give my cookies once everyone's in attendance.
Yeah, no, the food will be passed out later, but this is just like a little peace offering.
Oh yeah, where can I set down my foods?
Feel free to use any of these chests.
Okay, cool.
I hold mine for now. It's all good.
I brought 17 pumpkin pie, 25 bread, and 64 cooked pork chop.
I was telling chat earlier, like I meant to bring 2 cookies for each person because last time we had like a gathering, there was way too much food.
Yeah.
But then I accidentally made 8 stacks of cookies.
Holy shit!
I didn't mean to. It just happened.
It just sort of turned out that way.
I have gifts.
The thing is, though, me and Crane don't really eat cookies.
Oh shit!
Crane can't.
So that's even more cookies that I'm stuck with.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I
this
just
is very
don't really
me.
eat human food. I just prefer not to.
It's so heavily processed. Is it really human food at that point?
That's a good point.
How much are you processing?
It is not.
I don't have any illegal factories underground in the jungle, if that's what you're thinking.
I just spent all day cooking stew.
Aw, good for you.
And also slaughtering
I make
rabbits.
My people do that.
I baked you guys bread and made pumpkin pie. Do you know how hard it is to make pie? Pie crust is such a fucking
Personally, no. I stick with cake.
My goodness.
It's tough. That's why there's only 18. I would have made more if I could have. But,
Understandable.
Well, we appreciate the effort, regardless.
It's a very delicate process. Thank you. You look so cute in your little outfit.
Thank you.
He's here.
I got it made.
Hi. Oh my god, it's him! Alright guys, stay calm. Stay calm.
Breathe.
Everyone else is calm but you. We've met him before.
Hello. Okay, well sorry, I'm late to the
Whoa.
I had to get a quick outfit.
It looks great.
You're a lot taller than I thought you'd be.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Were you hoping for someone shorter than you?
Maybe.
You've already got 8, and that's pretty much all you got.
Hey. I'm a normal height. No, you are short.
Or a mushroom, yes.
That's fair.
Finn,
Hello, hi.
go away. I can hear myself.
Ugh, I don't know how to fix that, okay?
There's a, if you press V and go to settings, there's
on.
a voice activation
Guys.
threshold.
I don't. Hey guys. We're pretending. Can't hear them.
Is
What?
Talking about
Oh no, that's worse. Is this better?
Whisper.
Whisper.
Q&A.
Whisper.
Whisper.
I agree.
Is this better?
Whisper.
it is rather tiny.
Whisper.
Oh,
Mm.
Crane hasn't been around me much when talking to myself. Don't mind when I'm talking to myself, it's just the voices. Mainly of my sort of
Can I just say,
husband.
Bestie, you look really good in that tribal face paint.
Whoa. Hey, Al.
Whoa.
I dressed to impress.
Hold on, Q&A.
Does kind of look like blush, honestly.
Is the voice better?
It sounds good to me.
Okay, great. Awesome. Slay.
Q&A.
Listen. Okay,
The cape's really cute, too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know, just threw something together.
Oh, yeah.
Now where's an Enderman? Why'd I hear that? Oh, you and your drugs.
Sorry.
Your drugs.
I got anxious.
I left most of my drugs at home,
Anxiously
so I haven't
teleports
taken them.
like block away.
I have not been here so long. My god. I've been away for so long. Ah.
So should we get to the business?
No, Scoot's trying to say he can be tinier than you, which I mean,
I don't.
yeah.
I don't
Pick a seat. Pick a seat.
Okay. Come here.
Wow, that's a really specific seat you just picked. I wonder why you picked out.
I'll go over here so you can sit
we're
next to me,
friends.
Bestie.
Oh,
Were you missing anyone?
I was good. Okay,
No.
that works too.
No, we just.
I extended an
always fine.
invitation that didn't go through, so it's just us.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Where do we start?
Well, you might want to
Right.
put your sword away. We are eating dinner.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah.
I just
Maybe
You're not supposed to have weapons
also-
at the table.
Yeah.
no weapons.
listen. I was
Take
not
off your armor
raised.
at the table.
I was
I
not raised.
Whoa.
can't
Period.
remove my
Get
umbrella,
naked
but
at the
otherwise I
table.
would.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you say so. Like...
Whoa.
Hey, don't disassemble the table.
Please don't
my bad.
disassemble the
So,
table.
sorry
found
for
a
having
loose
to reschedule this like 2 times because of death, but
It's okay.
I'll
I broke
don't
my
even worry
knees.
about
I
it.
really didn't want to have to try to walk over here for it, so it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
I've been
yeah.
doing work stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Also, I've realized a
Hmm.
fatal flaw in these cakes is that I cannot eat them.
Oh,
I
don't
brought
worry about
food
that. Hold
for
on.
The cons.
Yeah.
Damn, I would have made like a meat cake if I thought about
I don't
that.
think that's a. I think that's
Here.
just a shepherd's pie, buddy.
No.
Yeah.
I can make a meat cake. Don't you even worry about it.
I'd prefer
I
if you
think
didn't,
I
honestly.
think a shepherd's pie is quite literally just a meat cake.
Can you
No, that's
get
a
off
meat
the
pie.
table, please?
Sorry, I wanted to get a
Why are you
picture.
perched on the
They
edge
were
of the
looking
table?
cute. I'm sorry. Okay, my brother-in-law and his little friend. Just capturing the moment, okay? Never.
Also, I
So
didn't
long
realize
as
I
you
was
tease
gone
me,
for
I will
like
tease you.
months. I thought I was only gone for like maybe a week, but when
Time
you talk to
flies.
Death and
Yeah, the death dimension do be different
Yeah.
time zone.
How do you get there? Are you guys like on really heavy drugs or like?
oh no, I
No.
Can I have
actually
what you're
die.
taking?
Yeah.
I'm cursed
Yeah.
to continue being immortal, but I still like go to death every time I die.
Okay.
And then she talks to me, she brings me up here. Sometimes we have like a little friendly conversation, so it take a bit longer to get up, but
So you,
this
die?
last time was longer.
And then you fist pump death, and then you come back?
Yeah.
Does, like,
I just,
time pass differently when that happens?
yes.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Whoa. Why you
Very
so
much.
Why you both know so much about this?
Why do I know so much about this?
Why do you know that? Where you been?
That is a good question.
A lot of places. Turns out faking your death apparently caused you to die.
Yeah.
Duly noted.
Okay. Will not prank anyone.
At least,
Nope.
Got it.
the way I tried.
Oh.
Listen, my family is not a fun time, okay? I had to get away somehow.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
that's-
very much get that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Just don't make a deal with a god to bring you back to life. Well, I clearly didn't make a deal, but sometimes if they're
That kinda
not
just
a
looked
death
at me.
or life god, they fuck up and sometimes curse you to be immortal, and it's not fun.
Oh yeah, that does
Because
happen.
it's not like the good immortal. My body's still my corpse.
Situation with a witch.
So the non-dead side of the table.
We could
You guys
easily
getting
just
all
split a
this?
line down the middle.
Damn. This was not intentional, but you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just like go kill my. Never mind.
We should call ourselves the Half Dead Club.
Well,
Seems like a slur.
Half-Life Club.
Half-Life.
Oh my god. Well,
My
it's not
friends.
that I'm like dead. It's
Just
a
legally?
situation.
Just real life.
No, technically I was brought back to life by a witch, but she also kind of made me like immortality but by accident.
Oh yeah, I
Whoa.
fucking hate
Yeah,
witches.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hate when I accidentally make someone immortal.
Yeah, I did not ask for it. I did a favor for her and she just made me immortal and also alive.
Oh.
Yeah, that's happened.
You
That's
made me
pretty much how my deity
cannot
revived
eat
me as
this.
well.
Y'all have so much in common.
What are you
I
trying to eat?
The pumpkin pie. I can't eat
I-
pumpkin pie.
No, that's why I wasn't trying to give it to you. I was trying to give it to 8.
Yeah, 8 gave it to me.
I have 2.
That's
I
why
got
I brought you all the pork chops, so you wouldn't feel left out.
Do any of you guys have a crafting table?
No.
Yes, I always have a
No.
crafting table.
Whoa.
on me.
Thank you.
Just whip it out at the table, why don't you?
Man,
I
get
was
prepared.
I was coming back from the gotta have shit on. I can, let's go.
Woo! Nice throw, damn.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
Clear over the cake.
We're gonna get diabetes from this dinner.
Literally.
That's fun.
This is why it's only an occasional thing and not like an once
Right.
a week thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay. What's our next order of business?
What's going on with you guys?
Propaganda.
I've got like one other
Oh wait,
thing that I can
oh wait,
share.
have you guys have you two
right.
talked to those two about what we talked about with Honey and Funny yet?
So here's the sitch.
Yes.
I keep
I
accidentally leaving my
have-
table.
I have no knowledge of any drama that's
Unbelievable.
gone on.
Oh yeah,
I just know that all my iron blocks disappeared at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
pissed.
probably
I'm
was
pissed
was
about it,
Honey or Funny.
Because I had 2.5 stacks of iron block, okay?
Oh.
Damn.
And I was
Yeah.
left with none of that.
Uh-oh.
Oh, who
Funny
hasn't been
apolo-
sleeping?
Oh
Can you
shit!
control?
I literally went to sleep before this.
Yeah, I
Guys.
remember. I saw. There's bull.
Look at them
They're
burn.
dying now because it's daylight.
Dead
As
by
I was
daylight.
saying,
Oh my god. Sorry.
Funny apologized to me for bashing my skull in front of all of you guys during the spring equinox.
Sorry,
but-
what happened? Hello? I haven't
boy.
been here in a while. Can
Spring
I have a quick update?
Yeah, let's
Oh, yeah.
back up a little bit.
Funny is more powerful than she realizes, and I am a fragile, decaying corpse. She bashed my
yeah.
skull in, and I was dead for what was it, like a day?
Well,
Or
you can't
so?
hit the soft spots. God damn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyways,
Like
she
a fucking
apologized, but she said Honey told her to do it, and Honey has like tried to win my affection before, so I don't feel like it was in fully good faith.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They're kind of sus.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't met them. Probably haven't been here in a while.
It's probably for the best that you haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also raided my house. Luckily I had already set up my vault, but that's why we think she also went after your iron.
I should get one. A vault, I mean.
Yeah, highly
Yeah.
recommend. Maybe even a backup vault.
Vault part 1,
There's a
vault
lot of
part 2.
construction right now in my place, so the vault's kind of on a standstill.
Yeah.
But I need to get
Me
to
too.
that.
I've been working
I
on
need more taxes to
their
pay
shop.
for this shit.
I've been focusing more on building
Hmm.
literally
Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah, do be like that. Running a kingdom sucks.
It does.
Yeah, especially when you have to take sudden breaks for work,
Yeah.
disabilities, and literally dying.
Mhm.
Felt that. Bro,
Mhm.
kingdom running AA meeting?
Alcoholics Anonymous.
We don't
just the
have
group I
much
go to every
alcohol here.
free.
We're all on drugs.
August can run it, he would know.
I'm
Yeah.
not on drugs.
I don't drink
think.
and I don't take
saw you
drugs,
throw
so
it
I
into
can
the
just
middle of the table.
Oh,
I can take care of it. I
Actually-
don't drink or do drugs.
actually, I'm not sure if I can even. I can't eat.
But I don't know if that'd
toast
be
What?
that great of an idea.
It's a
If
fruit.
everyone else is doing drugs and drinking.
Yeah, they're a carnivore.
Oh,
I'm a carnivore. I can't eat.
I'll get something for you. Don't you worry.
So,
Okay,
anyways,
Oh, so when
yeah, one
I
of the
say I
specific
can make a
things was
meat
associated with
cake,
drugs.
that's weird. But when you do that weird shit over there at the end of the table, that's not weird.
Drugs are
Okay.
different, okay? No, were there supposed to be implications with the term meat cake, or am I delusional?
You're
I want August meat
Okay.
cake.
Try this one.
You get August meat cake already.
Whoa.
Whoa, what?
So after the
What's this
spring-
about?
spring-
You and
Anyway.
Levy?
So after the spring,
But
so we started, so then, can I tell you?
Uh-huh.
So,
uh-huh.
so then, so Honey and Funny are bad guys. They're
Okay.
bad
Yes.
guys. They're bad.
That's so true.
No bueno.
Mhm.
And
I think I've talked to Funny maybe, but that was like a simple trade of.
Okay.
Oh, I'm about to stab my
I
sword
think
through 20.
also Blitz
Oh.
is a little scary, and by well, a little sus because Blitz caught. Oh wait, no. Yeah, Blitz caught us doing
Oh.
totally normal acts that weren't illegal.
Oh.
Yeah.
My son?
And then by extent, what the?
Your son?
Witness
What?
that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How did the?
Hold
how
on,
did-
pause the phone.
How did
go
that
back.
happen?
So I know.
Recount.
Listen, I know the jungle doesn't have sex ed, but you gotta explain this one.
No. He's
Please.
adopted.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was gonna have a breakdown, cause
No. I've been taking care of him since he started up his new kingdom, so I adopted him since
okay.
he's still more of a regent than an actual, like, king.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's a
like,
bit young
colony?
still. Yeah. Well, I don't really do
What?
much. I just make sure everything's. He still runs a lot of it, but I'm there as like a. Just as a dad. Mainly.
Word.
We go
Okay.
fishing and stuff.
Oh,
I've just made the
Damn, I missed
connection
that.
that I'm.
damn! You go
I'm
fishing
the
with
only
everybody.
non-white person at this table.
Fishing slut. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
I'm the only non-white person at this
Huh.
table.
I don't know. I think
And I think it's
Levi's
funny-
technically indigenous.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, me too. Hey,
Also-
for real.
Cute.
I don't know if I'm white or not. I just know that I tan easily,
I
Yeah,
think
but
you're
I
green.
also start
You're
kind
dead.
of pale. I don't know my parents.
This
I
situation.
do. They're gone.
I do. I hate them.
Mine made me go to this place.
Yeah,
Trauma dump!
my adoptive parents
Oh,
are
so you
pretty
ever
bad,
get
but
sorry, so you ever
Adoptive
get pressured by
parents.
your parents so hard that you actually gain white streaks?
Oh.
Yeah.
no, I just die to get them.
Oh, well, well, it was half and half. Kind of both.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway,
Continue on. Sorry about that.
What else do we have to fill people in on?
You were talking about what Blitz found before I mentioned he was missing.
Yeah, I mean, that makes him maybe a little less sus, but still, COD is doing things, so I don't know how to feel about that, you know? And then by extension, Darkness would also be, right? Aren't they,
What?
like,
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
person.
Dark?
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never met them, so I don't even know if that's a big deal.
I've been there
But
once.
then who else?
Oh.
Who else? I don't remember. I think that's it.
Do we want to mention what happened at the first couple reckonings since Finn's been gone for so long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I chased Funny out of my house, and that's how I knew for sure it was them. They were placing down stuff that was like from other kingdoms as their banners. But that's I knew it was Funny doing all of it because I caught them
Right.
doing it.
Someone framed 8 for being a bad artist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like a whole mushroom painting, and it literally said that it was from Mycelia.
Was not me.
Yeah.
My
No.
propaganda is beautiful.
Your propaganda is beautiful.
Thank you.
Your propaganda is still living on my walls, and people question the hedgehogs whenever they come visit. And
You asked for it.
I did.
But,
I forgot how judgmental people can be.
But yeah, there's definitely tension because 8 and I were caught investigating. Can you stop squelching?
I'm sorry.
It's distracting. God.
to be fair,
Oh.
I haven't even heard that. What?
Sorry, I stepped on the cake.
What
Oh
the-
my god!
Oh my god!
The cake was still baking.
We almost just watched Ray
Thank
go
you.
to death.
I mean, that explains
Again?
a lot. I would love to see a demonstration. But anyway,
Jesus.
yeah. So 8 and I got caught, so they're definitely suspicious of us. And that's all I can think of.
Yeah.
I know us three snuck around,
Oh yeah, we did.
and we didn't like find anything crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we found like people's secret stashes and stuff, but no one was like hiding atom bombs or anything. So.
Yeah,
I
nothing.
hope not.
Nothing that would cause us to like
Don't look
really
under
worry.
mycelia.
Well,
The
okay.
entire island is a bomb.
I feel that's very in character for 8, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
be surprised at all.
Yeah.
Of all of us,
Just
8
gonna-
would be the
Oh.
demo
Reaper farms
expert.
yet.
Speaking of Mycelia Island, what happened to the whole event we were gonna do? You had me
Oh.
help build that one thing for it.
Politics, man.
No.
Politics.
I've been
Wasn't
working
there.
on it.
Wasn't
That's okay.
the
We get it.
summer equinox yesterday?
I mean,
Yeah.
technically.
I mean, who's
But you can
counting?
celebrate an equinox like when.
I mean, they tell
well,
us
it's
not to
not an
look at the
equinox;
sun
it's a
anyway.
solstice.
Solstice.
Yeah.
Yeah, because equinox is between the two longest and shortest days. The solstice are the longest and shortest days.
Oh, go
I focus-
ham.
I focus more
Go
on
crazy, go
know.
stupid.
winter.
Give us some of that boots and cats.
About the
I'm so
winter
sorry.
solstice. I will probably be the one hosting.
Host.
Yeah!
Considering, you know,
I'm so sorry.
my area. Oh, it's a full moon, guys.
Oh.
What?
Oh, cool.
Oh.
How,
Oh,
I'm kidding.
how can I tell? How can I tell?
That's your thing.
I have speed now.
Oh shit.
Whoa!
Oh, whoa.
Hey, yo, go out.
You're like a fucking werewolf.
Yeah.
Literally.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I am.
Oh, shoot.
You like, are you bit or born?
Born.
You
I
can't just
also
ask
love that.
people if they've been
My-
bit.
yeah.
Like, that's so...
No, that is a normal thing to ask. At
Oh.
least around werewolves.
Get educated,
Can I
Levi.
bite you?
Oh.
Because bit will sometimes not have the cultures of boring.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
met a few werewolves.
Word. Okay.
Um,
Yeah. I stay away, typically.
Also,
but
I have full health.
I see that now.
Whoa.
I did just notice that.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
was like noticing it, you know?
Great.
Taking notes.
Everyone at this table except for Levi has full health now.
Wow, okay, ready to rub it in.
Cause you're
Sorry, I'm a
short,
little soft.
and you're not a mushroom.
I'm sorry, what did you just call me? What did you just call me? What did you just call me? I'll pounce on you! Get over here, bitch! Can't outrun this!
I can't run that
feline.
much.
You're dead! You're dead again!
No, please. Ah!
I'll start a war with you!
Please don't.
We don't need two going at once.
Alright. Because my husband's
I. There was also, I care very deeply about all my subjects,
Mhm.
but they do live underground because if they were exposed to my upper levels and my land, they would not survive well. They have a little gate that keeps them in there, and the gate was down a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
I never put it down. I always hop over it because I can.
Right.
Yeah, that's sus.
I had to update the gate because it also
Excuse
led
you.
me to find some
I'm
other
so sorry.
security breaches, but
Cookies.
it was really concerning because I
They
never
weren't
put
raised with
that
table
gate down.
manners.
I can tell.
I wasn't raised with tables.
Oh,
That's
fair point.
yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I was raised in a village, so I have like basic manners, but I was
Yeah.
raised a peasant, so
Hmm.
Yeah, poor bitch.
yeah.
So
I
did you say if
don't-
you lost anyone or no?
That was just a carrier pigeon.
No. I luckily found the only person who dared to venture out
That's good.
and got them back to safety. But
Yeah,
it
last
was
time I
really
was over
close.
there, I don't remember. Oh, fuck. I don't remember putting the thing down. I don't think. And I think you were there
No.
anyway.
I normally supervise anyone who visits because a lot of safety measures I put in.
Oh yeah, last time we were there, penis.
Oh yeah.
I found that. I don't normally go into my villagers' houses, so it took me a while to find that. But
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I removed the bells because those were missing, and that's why I was searching through the houses.
Oh.
Darn. Should recreate it.
We should.
But I left the penis behind.
Well,
The
that
villagers
wasn't
can
our
decide
doing.
whether or not they
So
want to keep it. That was your doing.
no,
It was dark oak, and I was there when you did it.
I would never do such a thing.
That sounds like you, August.
I would never deface public property like that.
Yes, you would.
No,
It's not public property; it's private.
I would never deface private property.
Yeah, you would.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god!
I'm a top tier citizen. Okay.
You're top.
That too.
I
can't
don't
I
need to
throw
know that much
anything in
about your
this
sex
game?
life.
Haha, loser.
Can you sit down?
I space out for 2
I
seconds
am on-
and
I'm
hear the
sitting
word
on the
sex
chair.
life.
You
What
know
about
what?
your
I'll
huh?
take it.
Can you be a
Aw.
little louder about that?
Oh, guys, we should
spaced
sleep.
out for 2 seconds
Yeah, I
and
got it.
heard the word sex life.
Oh. I thought you were gonna tell us about yours, because
No.
Okay.
I would have been
No,
very surprised.
Oh, damn.
I don't think they've had much time for one, to be honest.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
never
should we-
home.
Should we leave you alone?
Yeah, I'm gonna be out again this weekend.
They're
unfortunately.
star-crossed lovers.
Star-crossed livers.
Livers.
Now I'm just picturing
know
two
why.
livers on either side of a star, just like crying.
I had a
Mhm.
friend
What?
who thought we had 2 livers. I'm like, no.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, I thought you could get rid of one and you'd still be able to live. I'm like, no.
I
No,
forgot
they
about
get
my
rid of one,
umbrella
they mixed up-
again.
They mixed up kidneys and liver.
Yeah. But they also thought you had 2 kidneys, so like, it was, yeah. Anyways.
No.
Also, he's a 50-year-old man, so.
Oh.
Oh. What?
But he's gay, so I forgive him.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
Probably lived through quite
Tangent.
a bit.
Yeah.
Tangent over. So, I think we were talking about.
So you've
I don't remember.
you've had issues with
Funny
Funny
and
in the past, haven't
Honey
you?
need to go down.
Very much so.
Yeah, it wasn't funny.
What's happened between you guys?
A lot.
Someone should uninvite me.
A lot.
I don't like that
I
while
don't
you
know.
said that, you pulled out your sword.
Oh,
That was a little
don't get me
worrying.
started, August.
Oh no.
Is it that bad?
Okay. Yes. So first of all, they came into my kingdom, put posters everywhere about with a mushroom on fire as well. That it was horrible.
Oh.
It was horrible. They had
That
signs
is-
everywhere. They called me lonely. It was
Mhm.
awful.
Disrespectful.
That feels like a little bit threatening to put
Stop.
a mushroom on fire.
It was.
Yeah. Mushrooms
Yeah,
are
unless
pretty
you're
sacred,
planning
I'm gonna
especially
light
for
their
for
flowers on fire.
Oh,
Yeah.
They would probably go up faster than a mushroom, so
I know.
Mushrooms are part of the life-death cycle.
true.
I know.
Yeah.
And we treasure
That's
the life
why-
death cycle at this table.
Mhm.
We
Yeah,
do!
that's why Spin has all the mushrooms. Yeah, after he passed. Trying to get here.
Rest in peace.
R.I.P. Oh my god, would you sit down?
No.
You can't say that. You literally have ADHD and can't sit in your chair for 5 seconds.
I'm literally sitting on
I'm
my chair.
so jittery right now.
My ass
I
is
know.
on the chair.
I drank
Oh,
like
yeah,
3
my-
swiftness potions getting here.
Oh, jeez.
You have an
Hey,
addiction.
No, I
That feels
don't.
like a little close to an overdose, if I'm being honest.
Is it just
No,
me
it's
or do
fine,
these
it's
cakes
fine.
look like
As
cinnamon
long as you don't
rolls?
mix your potions, it's fine.
Kind of, I guess.
I've just been drinking one.
A little bit.
But I think that's
Mm.
just the icing.
Yeah, that's probably
It's
the,
homemade.
detailing.
None of that store-bought icing at this house.
Oh,
Spread the
whoops.
Hell yeah.
Quick so I can eat.
Sorry.
I hope you know that while you're looking at Levi, they can't see you.
I can't!
Your umbrella
Ew.
is completely.
Like, you can look all you want, but it's not a two-way street.
Levi. Please get me
All I see
some
is yellow.
food.
I'll
Oh,
beat
that
you!
shit.
Oh, get out of here!
That didn't do shit.
You know what will do
Um,
shit?
Have the mycelium.
No, it's okay. I can eat now. There we go.
Oh, that's good.
all I wanted. I wanted a slice of cake.
Yeah, I think that's like the majority of what we
Mhm.
needed to like, or what's happened since you've been last home, Crane.
Yeah.
A lot of it's been like small stuff, but it's kind of piling up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
piling up.
Oh, also, their portal is not friendly to anyone who's tall. That's
No?
just a personal thing.
My
Their portal
I
isn't
got trapped
friendly
in there
the
with
story.
3 different creepers.
That feels a
Sounds
little
like
tall,
my
sis.
portal?
No.
Or
No. Funny and
Funny and Honey's.
Honey's portal was underground in a 2-block
yeah, that's
cave
right.
area.
Oh yeah.
So I
Yeah,
got
and now it
trapped with
has
creepers
lava
in there.
around it.
What?
Yeah.
don't
Yeah!
know if my
I went there
portal
yesterday.
Is, tall.
And it's like it's all surrounded?
There's like lava on one side,
I
and
just
it's
need, like,
really
2.5
threatening, and they
blocks.
cover up their portal every
Yeah,
single
my
week.
portal.
Damn.
And I go through that
Got covered
hallway
by ice,
with my
though.
pickaxe, slamming the whole thing.
Sus.
Don't think your
Mhm.
area spawns as many creepers though, so
My area is.
I their portal is a mess.
Yeah, I think you've been pretty much like brought up to date. But I know that I think we talked about this, Levi and Ape. I think we talked about this last time when we were discussing everything that they'd been doing with the like posters and everything. That while, like I said, it has been small stuff, it's piling up and it's getting kind of worrying. And I mean, they've made like, didn't they make assurances before the first reckoning started that like they were trying to befriend people and shit, and it doesn't seem like they're following through with any of that.
Yeah.
So I know this is supposed to be like a nice family dinner where we all catch up,
No,
but
let's kill people.
oh, well, if
I'm on
we need to, if
Mhm.
I don't think I want us to strike first.
Oh, okay, yeah, no.
Unless we're really pushed to do so, you know.
Yeah, we're.
Oh.
It's mine now.
Oh,
Sorry, I just spit up my cookies.
and coughed up a
Oh.
hairball.
On a moment. I will put you back.
Get your mom a napkin.
Your mom is a lovely woman. She sent me here.
I bet she's
My
a
mom
fun
only
guy.
gets napkins when she's oh.
No, she's a bird.
Oh, that's
Did-
right. You're.
Did he just
Wait, how
teleport
did-
away?
How did you come from a bird?
I'm not a mushroom.
What?
Both my parents are birds.
Oh my god.
He got
Yeah.
reincarnated as a
You're not
mushroom.
Why
Not
did
right
I
up on
forget
the
about
table.
this
Well,
with my
not
own
really.
brother?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, even I remembered that. And I'm.
Oh, he's back.
That's 'cause you're a good
Apologies.
brother-in-law.
You're fine.
I'm a great brother-in-law.
We,
Brother-in-law?
your husband and I have a lot of trips.
Yeah, do you...
Oh.
What the fuck?
I wasn't aware you two were
We don't
married.
even go on
We're
trips.
Oh
You don't wanna
shit!
go on trips with me anymore.
I would
August,
love to, huh?
Ray didn't know we were married.
I also, for the
Oh,
record, did not know
shit.
you guys were married.
Oh,
I'm so
hey,
sorry.
August.
We've
Crane
been
didn't know we were married.
so
August, you're married.
so
Hey, August, Kate didn't know we were married.
I know you knew.
Yeah.
Don't pull that card.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We like
much.
we flirt all the time, but we kept our actual marriage a secret other than from 8, and I
Wait,
totally
we've been
forgot
flirting?
about that. What
Oh my goodness.
we haven't been?
Sorry, that's a discussion for another time.
Oh, not why we're here.
Yeah, we are married for political benefit.
Yes.
Okay.
Since we're neighbors, it seemed like the right thing to do to join our kingdoms.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm still eating.
That's okay.
Don't worry
There's
about it.
plenty
It's,
cake
it's
left.
family dinner. Stuff your mate.
Yeah, it's dinner.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
So, I have a son. You guys are married.
Mhm.
Do you two have anything surprising for the rest of the
Gay.
table?
Religion.
I mean. Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
Tell us about that. Tell about
Yeah.
that. Tell.
So where I'm from, right, has churches. So I brought, I had contacted one of the pastors, or kind of pastors, not really though, from one of my old churches to see if anyone would be willing to come with me back to Mycelia, and it was a yes. So I had, yeah.
And did you
And
convert
I
him
made
to
a
a
church.
mushroom?
That's not important.
Oh.
Maybe.
How do you how does one become a
does one?
a mushroom?
You die?
No, we already
You know,
established this side of the
witches.
table's not dead.
Yeah, that's where you haven't become a mushroom.
I'm not dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yet.
I
Witch-
mean,
too many witches in
If you
I
you
hate
die
witches.
and become a mushroom instead of a bird, right?
mm-hmm.
Would that do anything for your ruling?
Mm-mm.
Or would it like solidify you being the ruler since you'd then be a
I mean,
mushroom?
I guess.
Wait, bird?
Avian.
Yeah.
Kind of. I don't know.
So you haven't seen him naked. Never mind.
What?
No one at this table
Please don't
has.
bring up my brother naked.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Hypothetically, there's gotta be scars.
You,
Guys,
you just
it's
Yes!
a full
come
moon.
on, cough it up, cough it up. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
How is it?
You'll be alright.
Hold on, I realized I need to get my inhaler one
Full
second.
moons usually last 3 nights in a row.
Oh yeah, that's why. I didn't have science classes.
That's not science. That's astrology. Astronomy.
Astronomy is a form of science, bitch.
Oh shit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call you a bitch. That's just... Okay, I'm back. I couldn't find my inhaler, but...
War killed my great-grandfather, 2 of my grandfathers, and my uncle. Damn. I'm sorry about that, Swedish guy from that one game. That's a very long name. I'm just gonna call you Swedish guy. If that's alright. But That really is ass. I'm sorry. It's a good thing this is a fake war that isn't happening unless it needs to.
He's in his house right now.
I'm back. Hello.
Where's my? Oh, hi.
Hello.
You okay?
Yeah.
That's good.
Sorry. If I laugh right after eating, I get a coughing fit.
That's alright.
Your husband is dead. Sorry. I'm sorry, Scoot's talking to me right now.
Those are marigolds.
Yeah, I think that's all the like all the quote unquote secrets. We're married.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows that we're brothers.
I think
Mhm.
when we do these meetings, we should do like little town updates, like how 8 was talking about religion. So we should all do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll
Like
have
a-
so
I-
many
I'm-
soon.
Little
I'm working
town
on my
newsletters.
I'm working on the tailor shop,
Oh hell yeah!
or at least trying to between my trips.
I've been constructing a bunch of stuff. Like I said earlier, I helped 8 with the building. I've been building for my own like little festival in fall.
Mm-hmm.
I've been building more housing for my villagers. I only have 2 right now. But I love them more than life because they're just so sweet.
I think
yeah.
I have 4 now.
4 citizens.
For what?
Wow.
Now, see, if you just don't give your townspeople an education,
Well, most
What?
of them are kidnapped.
Oh.
if you just don't educate them, and then you'll have a lot more of them because they will
They won't know what abstinence is.
Both
they'll give in to
both my
primal instinct.
villagers immigrated from Levi.
Immigrants.
I do
So
not have
anyways-
citizens because people dislike me.
Yeah, fuck
I
you.
don't have citizens
Just
because
kidding,
I
I
haven't
love you.
been here.
Oh, I love you too.
What's happening in my kingdom? So we're under a lot of construction because our population is rapidly growing.
Mhm.
I'm having all of my people build me a temple so
Whoa.
that they can worship me like a god. And we're also finishing up statues to the other gods that will frame
Let me
the
know
entrance
if-
to the kingdom.
Very cool.
Let me know if you need any help with construction. I'm always willing to help.
Always need help with construction, but I also don't know how to coherently communicate what I want things to look like.
Mm.
But
Fair enough. I normally follow a lot of blueprints and schematics.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Thank you. What else? I think that's pretty much it. We're just expanding.
Mm.
Takes a lot of time. Yeah.
Not really anything to update from here. Everything's been pretty stagnant. We got a lot of the like major work done somewhat early on. So
Yeah,
we're
it looks so good.
Thank
Got the
you.
hottest kingdom
Thank you.
and safest.
Oh.
It is also
yeah.
very warm, but
Yes.
I
I
think
like
that's because of the outfit I'm wearing today. I'm
Mm.
too used to my dresses.
My
I'm not
shoulders
used
are
to
slightly
warmth in
warmer.
general.
It gets pretty warm here, but then as soon as you get under the canopy, you're like freezing cold. There's no real good in
Yeah.
between here.
I mean, it's freaking
Freezing
hot
cold
in
is
the
my
jungle,
natural
so-
habitat.
True.
Yeah, dude, I'm so
Yeah.
freezing at your place all the freaking time.
Same.
Yeah,
I mean, I've only
The
been
only
twice,
thing
but-
that saves me is my shawl.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think I should
wear
start wearing
clothing.
this to your place so that way I can
Yeah.
have some more insulation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Should get a blanket or something.
Mhm. I guess that makes sense why you're trying to build a tailor shop. People
Yeah.
need to wear a lot more clothes
Oh
around
my
you
god,
than-
that's so
than, like,
true.
the rest of
I didn't even
us.
think
Yeah.
of
So
that.
smart.
I mean, we have a pretty stable source of wool and other materials, so makes sense.
Mhm.
Oh, the place that you mentioned earlier, Ray, that we were working on,
Yeah.
It has a campsite, so if anyone wants to take a vacation.
Yeah,
boy!
We technically never went on
Sorry,
our
I
honeymoon.
just got a little excited.
A lot of the island is still under construction, so there's
Mhm.
not really any good touristy spots yet, but very soon there will be.
Okay.
All right, all right.
If you need any supplies from the Jungle Kingdom, let me know.
I will.
Ray, feel free to steal some villagers while you're in the area.
Actually,
Yeah.
please do. We're kind of running out of space.
I'm working on getting a lot of my farms automated.
Ooh.
We're making big strides, you know? It's the industrial revolution up in this bitch.
Oh shit.
Damn, yeah.
We don't have that many farms considering how
Nothing grows.
little stuff grows.
Yeah.
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 I have a lot of farms, which is why I constantly bring food everywhere I go. Because I live in a very, like, soil-filled land.
Yeah. Rich.
Yeah, my place you can only really get to a thick layer of snow.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The mushrooms take over my crops usually.
Is that
Well,
beneficial or
No.
what?
You know.
Having mushrooms
But if
on
you
my
guys
crops are
need
fine.
crops, I always have a lot
know-
extra because I don't really eat crops
Hmm.
or human food.
Crane, if you wanted to do like a farm, would you have
We
to
should
do
do
it
shrubs.
underground?
What?
Okay.
Oh, I still need to get some more other pain relievers from you because
Just make an
Funny stole
order.
mine.
Oh, that's some play.
Excuse me.
Just give me a list of everything you need and I'll send them on your way.
Excuse me.
Well, if everyone's eating their
Ball.
full, I think someone's getting
No.
antsy.
Haha.
But
Horizontal.
Sorry, my brain keeps popping up the kiss me monkey man. Okay, but
You're kidding yourself if you don't think I haven't
Jesus,
said that before.
You're so lucky that keeps popping up in my head right now.
Wait, what did you call me?
No, 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 no.
I
it's a
say
reference
kiss
to
me, monkey
something,
man.
Okay.
that my god knows. He has a lot of weird references that don't really make sense here,
Mhm.
but they're still kind of funny sometimes.
sometimes.
Some of them are, yeah.
I'm trying to pay attention. I really am.
It's so ugly.
But there is a bug over your shoulder.
Do you want to know what he looks like so you can't say to it if he does or doesn't, but that's hilarious. Are you just... What are you doing?
Levi, why?
Why are you bamboo dancing?
Oh, I'm just bouncing.
Well, if everyone's eating their full, I think someone's getting antsy. Do we wanna
Yeah.
head out?
Also, Levi, Scoot says he loves you, like, in a platonic way.
Sorry,
the
the
fuck?
umbrella is so
Who
funny.
the fuck?
Scoot's the god that I met before I passed away, who then kind of accidentally cursed me to be immortal forever, and now he doesn't have a physical form, but his voice lives inside my head.
Oh.
That
You want some mad
sounds-
hops?
Okay.
Are these drugs?
Maybe. They're sodas.
Okay, that's good. I was about to ask what the fuck
They're
you thought you were doing.
They're sodas. I would never give you anything that
That's
bad.
what concerned me. I was like,
You
8?
can't just
giving
call me
you something?
crazy when you're the source of my craziness.
What's soda?
Wow.
Crazy.
Wow. Wow.
Do you ask what's soda?
That was crazy
Yeah.
once. What type of soda you want?
What's
I
soda?
got cherry, lime,
I don't know. It tastes
honey.
It's-
fizzy.
Yeah,
It
it's like
tastes like
flavored.
pain, but in a
It's like
good way.
flavored bubbly water.
Yeah.
But more
It
intense.
tastes.
Kind
It
you
tastes
want.
like pain, but in the good way. You know?
Yeah.
Don't ask questions. Silly.
What flavors did you say you had again?
Red, green, honey,
What?
Swiftness.
Green's my favorite color.
Here's a green.
Green's also my favorite color, but
You want
I
a
mainly
green?
wear... Yeah, I mainly
I'm
wear
partial
purple
to
and
blue.
yellow, because it's my kingdom's colors.
I'm partial to red.
I'm partial to blue.
Why does it
red.
feel like
Could
that
not
on my
balance.
tongue?
It's carbonation, boss.
You're
What
feeling
the?
anything on your tongue?
That's a big word.
Sorry, I'll use smaller words.
It's just having a
next time.
dance on your mouth.
Fizzy
It's okay.
pew pew.
It's just having a little dancey time on your
I
tongue.
only want one thing dancing on my mouth.
Whoa.
What?
There are
Whoa.
children present.
Who's the
Oh.
child?
Who's the child?
Yeah, who's the child? Eight's like 20-something.
Not legitimately children, but it's my
Yeah.
little brother.
Fair.
Oh,
Levi,
okay. Well, while you figure that out,
do you want something to wash it down?
yeah, do you want water?
Yeah, I have water. Levi. Come here, Levi. Come here. Come here, Levi. Levi. Better?
Yeah, thanks.
So I don't really
Duly
feel any of
noted,
this
never give
carbonation
Levi
or whatever,
soda.
but it does taste nice,
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
think. Another reason why I don't really eat human food is most people eat it for the taste, and I don't really taste anything more.
That's fair. I can't even drink. Can I drink my own? Oh my goodness, I can.
Wow.
I
Damn,
didn't think I would.
Hi,
mad
Sil.
particle effects.
I know.
All right, so I know we talked about doing like a family trip to the end. You guys still up for it?
Oh yeah,
Hell
let's
yeah.
go.
I
was
really
not
want to
aware
get
of this,
ladybug
but
wings.
you know.
You want to get what?
Like, not from a ladybug, but like, I heard that if you go into the end, you can get this thing that you can make look like ladybug wings that can allow you to like float.
That's
Ooh.
freaking cool.
Yeah, I need
I'm
one of
floating
those.
right now. Look at me go. Woohoo!
Yeah. Can you get on top of one of the lanterns?
Do it.
Do it.
Do the roar.
No, I'm like one block off.
Crane, can I get the crafting table again?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Make your own crafting
Ah,
table.
you are like one block
I
off.
don't
That sucks.
have any crafting tables.
Wait, that
I
means I
have-
could do it from here. No, fuck.
I have 2 crafting tables on me at all times.
Fuck.
I try to just keep food on me at all times. I should have maybe brought a bit more food for myself. Oh,
Does anyone need?
you guys still
fancy
had your
snacks?
signs up, so I brought those down for you.
Thank you.
Oh.
I have a
Who's-
bunch of food, so
Oh,
I've just
yeah.
got to grab the stuff from my chest.
Ooh, stew.
If anyone needs anything that you might be able to find in my house, feel free to take it. For the
This stew had
trip.
no effect.
I love taking from your house.
Okay. I don't know how I should feel about that.
Could you decompose everything?
Just kidding.
Take off the crown.
Okay. Then I should probably.
Yeah. I think
There we go.
change of clothes. So I'm gonna go find somewhere to change real quick.
I have my coat.
You
Oh,
can
yeah,
go
wait,
change in
shit,
my room
I
if you want.
should probably change as well.
Gonna go
Don't
do
want to
that.
tear my cape, am I right?
I have my coat on me at all times. So
That's fair.
I don't think it's good if I rip my fancy clothes.
No, probably not. We need those for court proceedings.
Yeah. Ooh, llama.
So now that we're alone,
what?
if
Hi.
you ever hurt my brother, I will make sure no one will ever find your furry little behind again. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Great! Then we have no issues.
That was mildly terrifying, but okay.
Listen, I'm a pretty nice guy. except for when it comes to my family. So, welcome to the family, but also, I can remove you from this family
I
and this
would
earth.
assume so.
But that's neither here nor there. So, how were your trips?
They were good. Some of the people I talked to, they're so goddamn annoying.
Really?
Yeah. Some of those people just don't have common sense.
Mm.
It's like they see the ears and just go, "Oh my god, let's baby this fully grown man."
Oh. Do you ever have any incidents where people like touch them without asking?
Yes.
Really?
It pisses me off so much. It's like, just because I'm a werewolf doesn't mean boundaries don't still exist.
Right.
Join the club.
Like, I don't like clubs. I
Sorry.
usually only let, back when I lived with my parents, my mother, and like siblings touch my hair.
So it's like
My ears. It's
it's a
a trust thing.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I couldn't imagine. I lucked out. All my weird little eccentricities are like internal. They're not external. Other than the, weird tentacle thing that I can just like make appear every once in a while, but
Grab one if you want.
The amount of times I've had people grab my tail. Probably. Buy like 10 stacks of your dark oak.
Whoa.
It's so annoying.
That's what I do.
yeah, I couldn't even imagine.
That's mostly why I keep it tucked out.
That makes sense.
Little guy.
I'm kind of worried for them. I want to go check on them.
I found so many little guys.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, I found so many little guys.
What do
Who
you?
are these little guys?
You
Where
have
are
so
you?
many friends in your floor.
What? Why are you in my floor?
You have so many friends down there. You have like 2 llamas and a cat.
Oh yeah.
A cat?
Mm-hmm. Look at this guy.
Oh.
Look at how cute he is.
Yeah, he was hanging around back when I built my walls and Levi helped me, and he's friends with Levi, so he just hangs out.
He's so cute.
Oh.
I want to scoop him up like ice cream.
Do you want to name him Ice Cream?
Yeah.
Okay. He will forever be known as Ice Cream from now on.
Gonna take all of the llamas home. I have a llama farm, and they're all my friends.
Yeah, I would close that up, but not only do you like hanging out down there, I feel like it's also a good way to get out of here if something happens.
I'm gonna spore it up.
What can I say? I'm a paranoid motherfucker.
I think I have
Same.
like
I had like a mental breakdown
Blocks
when
of your
everyone was
mycelium.
gone. I'm so scared.
Really?
I think I have like
Yeah,
blocks of your mice.
probably. Sometimes the spores just spread, you know?
Yeah.
It's like when my spores change color. Kind of funny.
Oh, you literally are right beside.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize how close. I mean,
Oh,
I assumed
careful,
so
creeper.
based on portals,
Where?
but
But yeah, our
I didn't
borders
realize you
are
were
touching.
that close.
Literally neighbors.
I mean, 8 and I are neighbors, but he has to boat his way.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I like boating.
I enjoy. Mostly because fish is like.
Because it is.
I forget that I should not just jump off your tower.
I mean, you
I'm
can if you
always
want to,
tempted.
Hello?
but I wouldn't
I'll get
recommend
hurt.
it.
Actually, do you think I can clutch it?
Go for it, try it.
Where is everyone?
I did it!
We're at one of the back
We're over by
towers.
a
I
tower.
shouldn't have done that.
I can't see
I
any.
did it.
Hold on.
Hey-oh. Find you.
Sorry,
I might be a little late for the.
Oh yeah, I have no armor.
I might be a little late for the end adventure because I have.
What?
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay.
Sorry, changing
I'm
took
being
so long. I
called for
forgot how
dinner,
pants work.
IRL.
It's alright.
Okay.
Did you see Levi?
I also realized I don't have any armor. No,
Hmm.
I
If
didn't
you
want to
need
bother
to,
him
you
while
run
he was
home.
changing.
I saw Levi. Levi ran home for some stuff.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. You don't have armor, you said?
Yeah, no.
I could probably scrap something together for you.
When you constantly die, it's kind of hard to keep it.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those things that you don't wake up with, like, clothes.
Right. Oh, you know how I asked if you had been in my vault? This reminded me, because, you know, looking for armor. One of the armor sets that I have down there is gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
weird.
I had, a full diamond set and a full iron set. I've got, like, a bunch of shit down there as, like, just in case shit goes pear-shaped type stuff. And that was gone. I think there might have been, like, a couple potions down there that were missing.
Oh.
Luckily, I had all of my, like, immediate stuff in a separate vault, but... you know what? I could probably grab that iron set for you. Or see how many diamonds I have. I probably have a lot still.
Hi.
Hi.
Hmm.
Have you thought about how small birds are?
Yeah, but, like, you're not that small. I think. I don't know. I haven't really seen a lot of birds in my life. I didn't really live in a place with it.
Well, I used to be a male carrier, you know?
Oh,
That's what I did before I came here.
that makes sense. Don't really do mail here. Just go over to someone's kingdom, drop something off,
Yeah.
run away.
I mean, I don't mind it much because I can't do my job anymore, so. Oh well.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Not great, but it's better than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Queen, how's it going? You have weapons, though, right?
I have a sword, yeah.
Okay. Do you need any flesh or no?
Any what?
Flesh?
I just have a stone sword. Should be fine.
I have a leather tunic.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
Where'd the dog?
Oh,
The dog?
Flash! I was hearing
Yay!
slash, and I was like, what is slash?
What is
Slash.
slash?
Me when I go to a band concert. Oh. Woohoo. Woohoo.
Yeah, I could do that really quick.
Hello.
We're just heading to the end right now. To get ourselves some shit as a family.
Should we invite Queen?
I don't know how long Queen's gonna be on. I know that she wants me to fix their size.
Oh, okay.
She's terraform. That's what he said in the chat.
Terraform? Fuck, where did I... Oh. I
You
have
look like
so
a
many
guy I
cookies.
knew in my village. Every time I look at you, I'm reminded of him. He was like vaguely like you, but not like you. I don't remember what his face looked like.
Oh, I have siblings, so you know.
He was short like you.
Yeah,
Wow.
I have around 10 siblings, or yeah, including myself, 10.
Yeah.
That's biological, right?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up! What do you mean
There was
good way or bad way, Scoot?
I have no biological siblings. Two
I don't think I have any.
what? Chosen siblings?
Yeah.
Aw, that's
Yeah.
cute.
Although I
Uh,
don't know, for some reason I associate with 8 more than I do with Funny.
oh, 8 reminded me of someone who's pretty neutral. I didn't really know them that much. I don't got much memory of my old village.
Mm-hmm.
I just know it wasn't a great place, so I ran away. And then I met Scoot, and then I fell ill, and then I died, and then I got brought back to life and cursed to live forever.
Mm.
And then I found my new village.
As one does.
Mm-hmm.
I like all the kingdoms. It reminds me of traveling. I enjoy it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I like constructing buildings for people. It keeps
Damn,
my
I really
mind
need to
busy.
hire you. Hell yeah. Are we waiting for someone?
Yeah,
Crane.
Crane had to go to
Crane.
dinner, but in
Oh.
real life.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't here when that happened, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, I'm gonna check something out.
Okay.
Hold on, this is getting to be a bit loud for me. There we go. Scoot says to make Queen less than a block tall /J, which is for joking. Yeah.
Queen and I are around the same height.
Yeah.
True. Who's taller, isn't it? Queen?
Yep.
By like
Wait,
Mhm.
I think.
by like
Yeah,
a
it was
pixel.
the shortest.
Yeah.
It is the shortest kingdom ruler right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm the tallest. You were second tallest.
Me?
And then it goes, yeah, wasn't it you?
I don't know. I just
Because then
remember
it's like
who's
Levi
tallest and
and
who's
then
shortest.
everyone else. Yeah. So it goes me, you, Levi, pretty
Bro,
much
your
everyone
portals
else.
are broken.
I
Queen,
know.
8. Yeah, that's kind of how Spin died.
Rip.
That makes sense.
Because he suffocated in the other portal.
Aw.
Surprised that they still.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, I'm surprised that they still like that. That's weird.
Hello.
When I came here, it was just fine.
When I came here this time, it was just fine. So I think it's like
When I just did it, it popped me.
it
into
spawned
the-
you up there at the old portal.
Yeah, the broken
Hmm.
one, and then I came back through here.
It's so odd that it started doing that too.
Mm-hmm.
Whack a doodle time.
It is
Whack-a-doodle.
whack-a-doodle time.
I'm gonna sit down and eat some dishes too.
Hot. Oh shit.
We should make a Papa's party video,
SP.
but it's me.
Oh!
I'm the
Party.
I am Papa.
The stews are having a saturation effect on me. Eat for papas. Do you want me to hold up 8 for the P for papas? I could probably
Do
do
not.
I'm the cat.
The way you
Or
stood in
Papa.
front of Ray, like, do it
It's for
now.
papas.
Yes.
It's a papa's party.
It's a papa's party.
Oh.
We can explain why I'm holding Levi like a cat.
We cannot.
Put him down.
We cannot.
You didn't see anything. It's a papa's
It's
party.
a papa's party. I have no idea when I'm ending streams because we have to do the end, and that's like a long ass trip.
Yeah.
I love trips.
Although I might remember how I said I was looking into the end thing. So the coordinates that I have, I thought were like far enough away that it seemed like the ones we'd been going to, but second guessing it, they seem closer. So it's in the same direction as the ones that we're already going, but if I find that the coordinates like are going somewhere else as we go, then I'll try to lead us that way and see if we can get
Just realized
a
something.
faster path.
Sounds fun.
Do y'all have gold? Because we're going to the net.
Yep.
I don't need gold.
My crown.
Outrun those bitches.
Hello. I have returned.
Where my crown?
Welcome back.
Brr, 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 brr.
P for Papas.
I do
It's
not
a
have
papa's party.
gold on me.
For papas.
I don't either.
Oh,
I think I have
Back
some
to
at
sleep.
home.
Nice. You know those
Yeah.
You'll
you
get
know
there. It's okay.
those-
Take your time.
You know those like fake tweet accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to make one of those for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was
It took
looking
me a
into
second to
it
catch on.
earlier. Yeah, I found a website for it earlier, but I gotta find funny tweets first, and then I have to confirm that you guys would canonically say those things just before I, But I also can't
I do need to see how tiny
cannot
you would be in a
canonically
bed.
read or write, so it'll be interesting, but it's fine. I
Um,
communicate in emojis.
I'm
Yeah,
just imagining
there's...
it's like a baby tweeting.
Literally.
We can also say that you're getting read the tweets and having someone write it.
Feels
No,
like a
wait.
screen
I
reader.
use voice to text,
Mm-hmm.
and so it just
And a
like
screen reader.
it just like misinterprets everything I say.
Yeah.
So you
It's,
have
like,
like a
weird
bunch of like
punctuation.
weird, but you have weird punctuation in like words, but it's all like spelled completely correct.
Oh my god. Anytime
Sorry,
I think of
this was very
anytime I
good, eh?
talk about how people type, I think of Homestuck and I
thanks.
hate it.
I accidentally use Homestuck quirks a lot just
True.
because I make typos.
What if I
That's
do?
so
So
fair.
I'll just look at it and I'll be like, that looks like a Homestuck bitch said it, but that
Yeah,
was just
stay-
me
stay right
making
next to her.
typos.
Oh my.
Well, I think you did your math wrong.
Guys, I don't think I'm the shortest anymore. Yeah.
Finn, watch out. Okay,
That's
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
5 foot.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
are the shortest.
5 foot a bitch. Sorry.
Oh, shit.
Sometimes I just can't control
There we go.
intrusive thoughts.
I am
I think
7 foot with the ears. Like 6'8"
7
without.
Wait, no, I'm not 7. Hold on.
You think I'm 6 foot, maybe?
7, 5 foot something, 5 foot 11, 5 foot something, 5 foot. No, 5 foot 7.
Oh, I was
5
doing
foot 9?
something.
5 foot 9? I don't know.
Thanks, Queen.
Thanks, Queen.
Bye, Gwen.
Bye,
Bye,
Queen.
Queen.
Bye, Queen.
Bye.
I think. Wait.
All right, everybody got what they need?
Yes. Levi, I have
Yeah.
told you can.
Hold on, I'm checking the wiki. Wait, no, hold on.
Checking the wiki for your own character.
Yeah.
Stop, because I really honestly forgot.
I'm
Hold on, hold on.
I
Hold
think
on.
not going to punch
Fuck.
Levi again.
Don't punch. Wait, what the? Hold on. Who's telling you to punch me?
Scoot.
Imagine,
Someone's trying to incite
me killing
violence.
you. Dude, hold on. Dude, hold on.
Oh yeah, I'm 5'2".
I swear to frick frack that I had a document somewhere that had like all my information on it, and I can't find it. But
I thought so.
Isn't it attached to your like little thing in the kingdom's
Discord?
info?
wait,
Like
say that again.
Didn't you have it in the kingdom's like info area?
5'10".
Okay.
On the Discord, I don't even have it. It's only on the wiki. I don't know why.
No, wait, you do. Just in kingdom's photos info, you have your
Oh,
height.
that's right. In the photos, I do. Lamau.
Lamau.
Well, anyways, I'm 5'10", guys.
Whoa.
I'm canonical runs 6 foot.
You're 6. Why?
Werewolf things.
Jesus.
Oh.
Height references. Yeah, because you were the first one I drew.
Or do you put the references?
I still need to finish
Anyways,
the height refs.
sorry,
and my art
I
style's changing.
distract.
It's okay. So everybody got their shit?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Is there anything specific? I got tons of building blocks so that we can build.
You got
I
your
I
armor and
have-
stuff?
quite a lot of building blocks.
got
I have
bow.
a stack of spruce logs. So,
Nice.
I have a shulker box to put our extra loot into.
Thank goodness.
Awesome.
I want to get a shulker box when I get there. That's the plan.
Same. I think
Yeah,
that's like one
I
of the
got
big
this.
things that I want is a shulker box. That and
I have one, but I want
the
some more.
wings.
I don't trust flying contraptions.
see if
but
I.
shulker
I
box.
do.
It's
It
okay.
was
You
something.
get close enough
You are
to
cat
flying.
and I am dog.
Does anyone have a
Whoa.
bucket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
What does that say about
Well,
us?
just that.
A lot.
cat
What?
fucker.
But
He
I
called
just
you a
got
furry.
verbally assaulted in my own
I
home.
guess. Damn. In your own
Yeah, I can't be a
kingdom.
furry. I
Are
don't
you
like
a
animals. I just am
furry?
one. But you're a furry.
No, I'm a
What?
furry
Me?
fucker.
Let's go.
Oh, you're right.
My lord, I'm locking you guys in there.
Rude.
It's like fish different.
Oh, goodness.
I'm so sorry.
Goodness, gracious,
Business, business.
Business, business, business. Numbers.
Numbers. Hello.
Sounds like you're just not a real portaler.
I don't
You
know.
don't portal like the rest of us.
You don't portal, bro?
She portal
You
on
don't
Do you
my
even
portal,
portal, bro?
She
portals
portal
on my
obsidian till
nether
I
and
She portal on my obsidian till I have netherite.
Till I netherrack.
Sorry, I'm really slow in this area because I'd have to crouch for most of it and I can't sprint jump.
Understandable.
That's fair.
We'll take
This
Zoom.
is my
Zoom.
wheelchair in this
Fuck
game,
you.
basically.
Damn,
Oh,
I see how
awesome.
it is.
I actually have more than enough food.
It's a good thing we had dinner before this.
Yeah, considering
Facts.
the wood, I don't remember who it was, gave me a stack.
That was me.
The stack of
Get it, A, get it!
Mm-hmm.
Hey yo.
Does this tunnel go directly
practice.
to the
Kind
It's
of
a
yes,
little-
but
it's a
also no.
little, it's a little wacky.
Little silly
whack-
goofy.
I was-
Wackadoodle.
Because
Oh.
I was
It
here
gets a
for
little
the first
quirky at
time.
night.
Because
like
I was here for the
Levi's.
first time we went to the end.
Wait, what do I get? Did you say I could
It's like
get...
our trip the other day, Levi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we...
Hi,
when
August.
the boys
You keep
go to
stopping
the-
my cars.
When the boys...
Me and boys.
Me and boys.
Me and boys.
Me and boys.
Me...
August.
Don't hold it.
Oh, wait, you're about to hit it. There you go.
There we go.
Just casually fucking with your
My
movement.
mobility device.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
there goes.
They didn't put any, like, speed rails over there, so
Who
it's
did steal your
days.
balls? Guys,
Mm.
we have to wait for them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait at the end of... I was at the bottom of the stairs.
We're here.
All I heard was balls, guys, we have to wait for him.
Someone stole my balls.
You're going the wrong way.
I'm trying to I can lose a minecart, it's fine, I brought it back up.
Let's go.
I lost my balls.
Woo!
Yeah, cause I was on the original end mission where several upon several people died several upon several times.
Yep.
Bro, couldn't be me.
Nope.
I didn't die in that.
It could
I
be,
was
though.
one of the people who died several upon
Hey,
several
you
times.
exploded. That's funny.
Listen, not my fault, gas.
I hate you just crouching around the corner like a little gremlin. You're so short
Don't
that it
feed
makes
me
it
after
terrifying.
midnight.
What the what?
The
Gases
gremlins.
hate me for how attractive.
No,
Don't feed me after midnight.
Don't feed. Yeah, that.
Yeah, the
Don't like
gremlins.
that.
I'll get grumpy.
I'll get grumpy and I'll start destroying the town.
Yeah, it's like don't give a mouse a cookie.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that book.
But don't
Yeah.
give me
I've never
literally
read it.
anything after midnight.
Mhm.
Is the path fully safe or
No,
Oh, you'll see.
You see.
Wee.
Wait, I thought you went with us last time.
I did. I'm just wondering
Whee!
if anything has changed.
Oh no, we're
No, not
lazy.
really.
Ah, fuck.
Wee. Hi, people.
Hello.
Give me a ride.
No, you made me lose my other minecart. I don't got a spare now.
I didn't make you lose nothing.
Guys, come on. This is a family trip. Let's not fight.
Don't point your paws at me, bitch.
Oh shit.
Hold on. Let me.
Wee.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm having fun running in front of everyone, so I had to let everyone else get in front of me.
Get some solid B-roll.
I'm speeding. Oh, I'm a
Well,
speedy guy.
if only I still had all my iron.
Ooh,
Could
I'm a speedy
have
guy.
actually.
Man, the good old days.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was just mentally picturing that one photo of the horse.
Wait, why you got photos of horses?
No, the horse at the beach that says man.
I love that one.
Yo,
That
we
sounded
have
like
it
such a
downloaded
fake
on
laugh.
my phone.
Sometimes I just. Hey, stop trying to scare me.
I'm not.
Stop it.
Boo.
Stop it. Get some help.
Boo.
I'm gonna have
I'm
nightmares.
not trying to scare.
Yeah, this
I'm
little
just
man.
waiting.
This little man's
I
up to
just
no
happen to
good.
be waiting around the corner.
It's up to no
Through
good.
the
Oh, I'm up
tube.
to all good.
No.
Everything I'm doing is
Whoa!
good.
I jumped through the ceiling on accident.
Great. Well, Gasty.
Ah!
Whee!
Someone might have to construct some stuff. Now,
Nuh-uh.
up ahead.
And more.
Actually, it's
rail,
not for a while.
yeah.
Never mind. The arrow! I love the arrow. Don't die.
Yeah,
I was
please
trying
don't.
not to.
That would not be ideal
Productive.
for anyone involved.
It's ideal for me.
No.
Wow.
How?
haters.
For fun.
I don't know if I like your idea of fun.
I do.
You know why? He's a fun guy.
I'm a fun guy. Whoa.
And this is where.
Hello.
Oh wait, never mind.
Are mushroom puns
Oh.
banned or encouraged in Mycelia?
Encouraged.
Okay.
I'm
makes
gonna be
sense.
really slow, y'all.
I literally have
Well-
a cat named Fungi, and he has a little hat like mine. He's my favorite. He's the light of my life. I love him. I come
Oh,
home
I'm
every
hungry.
day, and I pick him up, and I go, hi.
Oh,
How did that snow not melt?
would it be
Oh, you don't want to know.
Ray? Would it be any faster if you were in a boat? I got hiccups. Damn.
I'm just mining out the area now, so I can
Whoever lost,
Word up, gamers.
whoever left those goodies was so nice to.
Meat.
is the
Yeah,
rest
because
stop.
this place is.
This is the gas
Love me back.
station.
Yeah. Guys, we
I
gotta
got
go to the
gas.
gas station.
Oh, okay.
I
I
gotta
need
go-
some. I want some. M&M. Monster.
I'm gonna give myself
We
some
need to go
combos.
bathroom.
Scarlet's house.
Guys.
She doesn't
Oh,
really
this is
live
my
here.
chest.
Yo.
I'll be
What's
right back.
cooking?
Good looking.
Hey,
I'll
yo.
be AFK. You guys have fun flirting.
Why are you? Wait.
Please don't
I
leave
have to
me here.
actually use the bathroom in real life.
Oh my god, have fun?
I will.
Whoa.
Like barrels of fun in the bathroom. Like barrels of monkeys.
Oh my god.
Imagine
I-
it's like.
Hold on,
some
I will
fun
be in the
facts
nether
about
because
that,
I
just
have the
in my
urge to
bathroom.
make that place safer.
Okay.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. I'm guessing the others went through the portal.
Yeah. I just have the urge.
Hello.
Hello.
Don't mind me and my urge.
I would never.
You're alright. Don't mind me and my urge either. Don't look over here. I'm not doing shit. Got no proof. Okay, then Bella has to go back. Bella has to go back on for now. Because through this portal is.
Pew, 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 pew.
Pew pew pew.
Pew, pew. Where is Levi? Where did my husband go?
Hello.
Hello.
Friends didn't leave me. I'd be so sad.
I caught fish.
You caught
caught
fish?
I
Oh
love
my God,
fish.
fishies.
There's rabbit in here.
Whoa, that's a
Yummy.
lot of
And
fish.
rotten flesh.
I like fish.
Date
I
your
stole the
favorite.
gold from here.
Yeah, I like fish.
I took the brewing stand.
Cocaine.
Oh fuck! I gotta hydrate.
Hydrate or dihydrate, bitch. Wow. Whoa.
Excuse me.
Where the sea to the rain at?
What
The what?
The nether.
the fuck?
Ah,
Oh.
why?
Making the path safer.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, there's some gold here too.
Unplugged my microphone.
Uh-oh.
Silly. Who would have done
Oh,
that?
Enderman. Come here.
I unplugged it the opposite way this time.
Wow.
I love fish.
After we finish our stuff, we can just go through the little portal from the dragon, right, to come back at
Yep.
spawn.
Bingo.
Bing bong.
And Bingo was his
Bing
name.
bong.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh my
too
gosh.
Kendra.
short for that.
I got it.
Wake up.
What the fuck?
I'm a little bit taller than
Listen,
y'all.
just because
you
we're
go.
short doesn't mean that you can just scoot right in and do all of our shit for us, okay? We're not children.
was just
Unbelievable.
helping.
Unbelievable people these days.
We're going to the end. We're gonna get some shulkers and some elytras, and I am hoping to get my ladybug.
I need an
Wings.
elytra.
The way you said that while you were like in the window for me, so it just looked like you were staring out the window all sad.
I am. I've been dreaming of elytras for so long.
I couldn't have made
At the
that
next,
Wait. I have a question.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get an elytra, would that be considered a prosthetic,
Yeah.
Whoa.
yeah.
or should I call it a strap-on?
The first one.
I don't know. I like the second one.
I don't.
All right, I'll be right there.
Bye,
Okay.
Levi.
I gotta get my last fish.
Vish.
Where is he? There he is.
Hello.
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 Hi.
I finished my urge.
Hell yeah.
This bounce.
Woo.
I
Ooh.
almost died to a goddamn.
Don't die. It's a long trip.
Yeah.
What's it called? I almost died to a hoglin.
Speaking
Oh,
of
speaking of
Hogland,
which-
Guys.
Hey.
listen,
Let's
you
not kill
moved,
each other.
okay? That wasn't my fault.
Oh my god, how many times did I accidentally kill people with my bow the first time we did this? Oh my god, that was so freaking funny.
Oh shoot, I don't. I
Two more up
completely
here.
forgot that golden
Okay.
apples don't work on me.
Mm-hmm.
I just.
Oh,
ate
someone
one
got
thing.
flame.
Oh.
Yo.
You
went
Hey!
to-
Hey!
Where'd you send Levi on fire?
Yeah, they
Right to the
jumped.
lava.
They jumped right when I shot, and then the
How do
little
we-
baby Hoglin went after him and pushed him off.
Uh-oh.
How do we
Ooh.
fix
They're like right
that
around
issue?
here. Okay.
I only got one sand.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't have sand on me.
What?
Whoa!
Built different.
Slash game mode spectator Levi.
Oh, thank you for the little hat pass, Scoot.
All right,
Yeah,
tell
that
tell
we got
Levi
it
to
too.
just like join in. As soon as I
Game
see
mode
that.
creative.
They're here.
Let's go.
Are they fine?
I put them in spectator mode. I don't know where they are though. Good? Okay.
Can you hear
There
me
we
now?
go. Yep.
Yeah.
That's so weird. You couldn't hear me when I was in spectator mode.
Oh
That's
wow.
so
Yeah, 'cause you could be a
spooky.
spectator.
Thank you for saving my life.
Of course.
I
Eight
don't wanna
should get a
kill
little bit of
myself
the credit
over
because
again.
eight was like, hey, cheat.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fair.
Ooh.
I was gonna
guys.
ask you to
almost jumped
teleport
off.
me, but that works too. Yeah, don't hit me again! Okay.
Listen, it was a two-prong thing, okay?
Sure.
You jumped and I shot you, and then
You're
the
trying
baby
to
Hoglin.
assassinate me.
No, the baby Hoglin pushed you off, okay?
Sure.
This one's the run part.
Whoa.
Run.
Run. Doom,
Do you
Do,
want
do,
to be
do,
offline
do,
on the
do,
server
do,
and
do, do.
August has to do work?
Huh? What?
Run.
Wee.
Honestly, in my off time, I might come here and make this safer.
Probably a great
You
idea.
should.
Yeah, I think I should do the same as well now that I finished most of my festival preparations because I was originally doing this till I was told to stop.
What? Why?
Don't look at me.
Would they still apply? If
I
played you like
Yeah.
a
You'd think the Hoglin was a planned attack.
Sometimes I wish I was applicable. Wait, there was a planned attack?
Yeah.
I am
Who'd have-
not that much of a mastermind.
Master. Never mind.
No,
Master
say it.
behind.
Say it.
No, that's okay.
I said Master B.
That's what I was gonna say.
Nice.
I was gonna say master my mind.
Master of puppets.
Up.
Ah, ah, ah!
Last time
Don't
this
mind me.
took like a whole 2 hours to get here,
Yeah.
mainly because of people dying. Stop.
Yeah, a lot of it was just everyone having to stop.
You might have to crouch through this.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
I know you're
Looking
looking at the
cave
cave
and you're feeling kinda brave. Go to bed, you'll be alright. Don't mind at night.
Guys, the path
Wait a
goes to
second.
1 right here.
I love warped wood.
Real.
Love warping your mom.
Up.
Whoa.
So
does that
sorry.
mean?
I don't
Please
know my
forgive
mom.
me. I don't know.
My mom's a lovely woman.
My mom
That's
West
not-
was
for
a
me.
lovely woman. What?
The West?
She
Did you
wants
say
the
she wants?
best for me.
Oh, they said she
I-
wants the West for you.
Yeah, she told me to go colonize the West.
Stinky.
Whoa, lava guy! He's so cool looking.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. Funny kept going on and on about colonizing us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, that's probably an
Is that
I
the
think we all
end,
kind of
or-
just forgot about that.
And this further.
Yeah.
Ugh. So sorry.
Yeah, this is. I need to take a little break though, so I'm gonna go through here because I need to be alive.
Okay.
Go bathroom.
Go pie.
Go home, go babe.
Go piss girl.
Go biz girl.
I'm making it,
I was
accessible.
thinking about that the other day. That no matter what your gender is, you will always go piss girl and you'll always be a little piss boy.
True.
Just saying.
Don't block me, please, please. Picked up a bit. Enjoy.
Thanks. I need gold.
I virtually have no.
Someone looked at this guy. I think it was me.
There's 2 of them.
Actually, we should have. Yeah, Ember Pearls would have been a good idea, but that's okay. I think he on the roof.
He's screaming on the roof.
This bitch. The fuck? My god.
He
Loud.
is spinning on the roof. Oh,
Oh shit, oh shit.
sorry.
Watch out! Watch out, bestie! Wow. The audacity. Alright, if Ray's pissing, I'm gonna go get some bread.
Hot.
Quite literally.
Get it, bread.
Mm-hmm. Quartz.
Making things accessible.
Mm-hmm. We have lived for far
Okay,
too
hard
long
about
with
it.
things being inaccessible.
Real. I'm literally.
Me when I
Once
walk
we're
into
done with
the
this.
ADA conference. I
Once
guess.
we're done with this, I'm literally gonna try carving out the
Yeah.
portal. Isn't just block top. I have so much netherrack in my
Hot.
I keep throwing some at you.
Adding to the
I'm
burden.
keeping them stocked.
Stocked, cocked, and ready to rock my cock.
What?
Hola?
What?
What did I
Sorry,
just come back
hello?
to?
Cock, apparently.
August just said the words stock cocked in reference to me having netherrack.
I said stocked, cocked, and ready to rock my cock.
I wish you were.
Gonna rock that Come on, Ray.
Okay.
Why there are stripes?
What the
Like
fuck?
the foods.
It's
Oh, that's
it's
Bastion just
it's
right there.
every 3 too.
I love patterns.
That was so good.
We're both
Accessibility.
transgender and autistic. That's so cool.
Be transgender.
I'm a
Be
communist.
transgender.
I'm a communist.
Period. The gas
I'm gonna
degrees.
redraw that as us some of
Please,
one of these days.
please draw it!
So close to-
Please!
Don't take on any more commissions. You're still backed up.
What about the one, I don't remember.
The
I think it
cute
was August that
falling
brought
one.
it up. What's that one? Oh my god, if one of you pushes me off the fucking edge! Wait,
Spectator.
did Crane fall off?
Oh shit.
Are you shitting me? This needs to stop.
Alright, I'm ready when he is.
This is why we need safety rails.
We need those backpacks with the leashes on them.
Yeah.
One of my cousins had
would-
one of those. It was a monkey.
Oh.
I wish you could put leads on each other. It'd
True.
save so
What?
much. What?
Why do you want to put leads on each other? That's kind of sus.
Keep track of each other, you know.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
What?
A burp.
Excuse you.
Thanks.
Excuse you.
Thank you.
I'm thinking about bacon right
I
now.
participated.
Woo!
You guys thinking
Vital.
about bacon? No, I'm thinking about bacon.
I'm bacon.
Yeah, I'm bacon.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, babe?
that
I'm
was that
deep.
was fucking
For
terrifying.
papas.
Okay.
It's a papa's
So,
party.
Single file, guys, from now on.
Yeah, I got I tried going around Ray and that did not work.
Yeah, no passing lane.
Yeah.
These are double
Are we
solid
going
lines,
backwards right
goddammit.
now? Yeah.
I'm just putting railing right here. Yeah.
Oh, there is a ghast.
I got him.
He must have been paying attention to us.
No, he's not. I'm gonna kill him anyway. Well, I can't see him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind.
Okay. Wee.
Whee!
B. For papas.
It's a
It's a
papa's
papa's
party.
party.
Oh, this spot. I remember this spot.
Woo, it's the place I
Oh
died.
yeah, this is where the second deaths
Oh,
happen.
yeah.
It was
Aw.
my
We were
death
doing a
spot.
railing, and then we saw a
All the
ghast.
vines. I love Vine.
This place got so cute, just from
Made
all
me
of us
drop
waiting
my
here.
croissant.
We had to stop here for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not.
It
do
was
that.
funny because it started as just like a area over here that was like one block lower than,
Oh yeah, 'cause
Everything
this is the
else.
area- this
and
is
then
the
it turned
area-
into a home.
And then I...
Be very careful because it looks like there might be some lava.
Oh yeah, I think there is. Oh.
Yeah, but we're good for now.
There's a small hole in the floor and I got scared. I'm going ahead of you
I
guys.
can hear the
Motherfucker.
gas.
I know I love the ghast noises. They're so silly.
Oh.
Dumbasses.
Don't worry.
Motherfucking don't call me a
Hold
dumbass. You're a dumbass.
That's how you guys
heard
died the
you.
first time.
Yeah.
Okay, and your point?
We learned from our
remember
mistakes,
that.
okay? We blocked it.
Did
We're
you?
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you say so.
I
I'm
do
still
say
Staying in the
so.
back.
we're skilled at this now.
Yeah. We know what's up.
I don't believe
We can pick shit up and put it down.
Mm. Did you know the gas noises are just cat noises, but like...
It makes me so
Why
happy.
do you think I'm talking to him?
Do you?
Sorry.
It's like
Just keep
He's-
running.
he's just speaking a different
I was-
dialect of my language.
I was going to keep running. Ah,
I don't speak this part though. This part's scary.
This part's too aggressive for your dialect.
Ray, I was gonna keep running, but then you were there, and I didn't want to fall off again.
No, it's because the people in front of me stopped running.
Oh, my bad.
Levi was too worried turning around.
I was talking to him.
So fun fact, the noises they make before they attack is just normal cat noises that they make when they play.
Oh, that's so cute. I kind of feel bad for murdering them all.
Don't feel
It's
bad
the
for the
life
cast.
cycle.
But they're like kitties.
Except for the dangerous murder, but without the body warnings.
And also have
Like,
fireballs
the
instead of
body
hairballs.
language. Yeah.
I also have
Yeah.
fireball, but that's in
Acid
my kitchen.
reflex.
Oh.
You kiss me out your mind can make you feel so worthless. So before you go, you'd be better off by now. If I let my walls come down, you know. Before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all be better?
Didn't want you getting shot.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
I eating bread.
Good. Bread boys.
Bread boys. The bread bowl.
Me when I eat bread.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Dangerous as all hell.
Mm-hmm. I think 3 blocks.
Hog
Everyone else is
I
Whoop.
like hoglins. They're yummy.
Oh,
Just a little bit better if it can it to me, baby.
I love Bean.
Just a little bit better
love
if it can
cats.
it to me, baby.
All y'all better talk to me about your cats, because I love cats.
My
I don't
cat,
have a cat.
our cat's name is Sherlock. He is the stupidest little man you will ever see.
I
Does
love
Levi
Sherlock.
know that it's named Sherlock?
I don't know.
I think so.
That was his name.
Did you
when we-
leave Levi
when we got him.
behind?
I thought Levi was behind me.
Levi's like a chunk away.
Oh no.
I didn't mean it.
Oh, hey, what's up?
See,
What's going on?
this is why the buddy system exists.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, I got distracted. There was a bastard back there.
Yeah,
Levi, did you know that Finn's
We all
cat
got
is named
that.
Sherlock?
achievement.
What?
My cat's name is Sherlock, and he's the dumbest little man you will ever meet.
He's my favorite little man.
I think Levi likes Sherlock.
No,
On the way.
Levi hates Sherlock.
He was named that when we got him.
Aww. I have a dog named Watson because I'm Sherlock, so it wouldn't make sense if I named a dog Sherlock.
No.
Want the iron within a minute?
Yeah, there's still some iron here.
Oh, here.
I'm taking
No,
it.
this was when Blitz went down, or yeah, I think it was Blitz went down and
really close.
and fucking just found diamonds in like
You got
15
me
minutes.
Oh my god, that's right. That was fun.
Not the dried kelp blocks.
I mean, you can eat them.
I can.
I can't.
I'm so
I can.
What,
I stay
what just
losing.
happened, Levi? What just happened to you?
Oh, the vocal stems are very
Strong.
very.
Today.
I'm autistic today.
What?
Just
News
today.
to
Today.
me.
Just today.
Wow.
Like especially today.
Okay.
They get really bad while I'm streaming sometimes, and I don't know
Sorry.
why, but I can't really
It's
stop.
it's probably
I get
because of
excited.
streaming goes to
That's
the
so
autistic
true.
brain.
Oh my gosh, guys, you guys make me autistic.
Oh my god.
What are you
Bestie.
doing? Bestie, did I give you my autism? Is it contagious?
Sexually
Wow.
transmitted.
Quarantine.
Sexually transmitted autism.
STA.
How? I
Now I want to make
Who
like
got
a
it
poster that
first?
says STA awareness.
Well, August is the oldest here, so technically August gave us their autism.
What
What?
does age
Yo,
have to
August
do
is a
with it?
hoe?
Autism away.
Well, Ray said who got it first, so you would.
Yeah, because it's an STA, so
Who caught
who's the
autism?
whole
Oh wait, yeah. When did you guys have? Never mind.
I have never had.
That's what I'm
Not big.
asking.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is I'm the biggest slut here. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Yo,
I'm
dab me up.
Yeah,
out of
yo.
out of
Dab me up.
character. I'm asexual.
Okay, you can be
August
ace
August
and
and
still
I are
have sex.
besties.
I am also on the ace spectrum.
Ah, yeah.
Same.
Me
That
too.
didn't stop me.
Yeah,
That's
on
another
the
story.
on the A spectrum, but still a whore.
Period.
I'm
It's
a
beautiful.
whore in the purely energy vibes, you know?
That's so fair.
Yeah,
That's so fair.
we all got it from the vibes of each other, but
That's so
normally
fair.
it's
We
an
vibed
STA.
too hard.
Are we ready to keep
Vibes
going?
cause
We're almost
autism.
there.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
If you think hard enough on it, we're kind
I
of.
think
it
a
could
lot.
be.
I don't think.
Me neither.
No.
We have to wait for the guy. Hello.
Hello. I
The
put an
guy. The
L
guy that
on the
gave us all
corn
of
door.
us. STA?
Yeah.
Bring your guys back.
I built an L on top of the portal.
What about a flex?
Noise.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a
It was just a
fortress.
little gift
Not a
for the next
fortress.
people, you know?
Guys,
Mhm.
I just
Don't die.
Keep running.
Yeah. This is another place where a lot of people died.
I would never die personally.
Was that the sound of your head scraping off the top? like a truck in a tunnel.
I was just thinking of the Universal theme. Dun, 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 dun.
know,
Oh,
for
that's actually Star Wars.
you know, for the amount of times I've been to Universal, I have no idea what the fuck the
Dun,
the
dun.
Universal
That's all I
theme
know.
is.
Mwah.
Based on my
Why 3?
because
It's
that's
the
one of the best
horniest.
movies.
I don't know.
We gotta run. What the fuck?
I don't know what's happening.
Oh god, there's 2.
Keep running.
Keep running. Running. Oh my god, I'm gonna have so many fucking clips to go through after the stream.
Yeah.
Ooh, ah.
Ah, my ass.
Is your ass okay? I know it's precious.
Get the gas, tap your ass cheeks.
Bro, he singed my cheeks.
Scoot says we have to watch How to Train Your Dragon. Oh, How to Train Your Dragon is also now canon, I guess.
Kingdom server night of just watching How to Train Your Dragon.
Every single one of them.
Yeah,
Every
it'll be a
single
movie marathon.
1 through 4.
Yep.
Maybe the TV series is.
We're so good at this, August.
We are.
hmm
I
Whoops.
didn't do that.
I did.
I would do more if my pickaxe wasn't almost broken.
That never stops me. My pickaxe
You
is
said
only
you
half
met
broken.
There's
But
4.
all I wanna know
There's the
is
first
who's
one,
there.
there's the second one, there's the third one, and then there's the 4th. I can give you a plot synopsis of like 2 of them.
You mean synopsis?
Yeah.
What?
The first one I know is everyone think Dragon bad, but Dragon actually good, and Hiccup have to show everyone Dragon good.
And Skinny Twig Boy show people.
Yeah. 4th one is actually maybe the dragons are being hunted too much by all the people, so maybe they need to go to a safe place again and be good. And Hiccup have to leave behind his bestest friend, because it's safer that way. And then his children and the dragon's children meet at the very end. And that's all I know.
Beautiful.
I've watched all 4 movies. That's all I can tell you. Oh wait, no. I remember the 3rd one. No wait, I think that's the 4th one again. No. Yeah. The 3rd one introduces the mom and kills off the dad.
Yep.
Sorry, spoilers.
Honestly, it's been it's been enough years that if you haven't watched it by now,
I was apologizing to Scoop because he hasn't watched them.
well, you were essentially spoiling it the entire time you were explaining it. So,
Yeah.
apologies,
That's
Scoot.
right.
I'm a Ray apologist.
This is why I can't watch a lot of movies with people if I've watched the movie already.
I'm
I am autistic
literally
and just
shaking in my
spoil.
boots. If you do that again, I might have a heart
Goodness
attack.
gracious.
Did you do this?
Hold on.
I was trying to block it off.
Guys, hold on, I'm pro.
Okay.
I never took math.
You never had math to begin with.
Okay, man.
Get it, shawty.
Yeah, well, if I did, I didn't.
Don't hit anyone. This is too
Don't
dangerous to hit.
touch!
Why do you think I started running away?
Me when I'm the guy from Don't Hug Me, I'm scared.
That's what I was just thinking! You did it! Thank you!
Yeah.
That's what I was trying!
Yippee! I love Don't Hug Me, I'm scared.
Me too.
So good.
I
Have you
don't.
seen the
That's
TV
trauma.
show? It's kind of a baller.
I
I also watched it. Like, it was really baller. I enjoyed it so much.
It was really good.
I watched it in like a week and it was so good.
I watched it while I was working.
Then fix the problem. It
Guys?
just needs to.
It's going down. It's going down.
Please don't burn to death.
I think you're on fire.
Yeah, no shit.
I got a water bottle, but I don't think that's gonna help.
H!
Why would you do that?
Why do we suck at this game? Why do we suck at this game?
I'm gonna cry.
Please, please.
It's just me and you, August. Just me and you. Okay.
A fall.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, my hands are really cold, so it's really hard to type. Like all my giddiness, cause
What
I
if I
got
told?
really
What if I
hyped.
told you right now I'm listening to "Take to Church" by Hook?
I would
Take me
feel
Really
Yeah.
queer.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
really
black
queer.
guy.
If you
I feel
weren't
sexual
my
about that.
brother-in-law, I'd kiss you.
What?
What? No! That's so fair.
What?
Right? Ow!
Don't! There's lava right there.
Wait.
Hey,
Pause
it was
the
a
phone.
friendly
Since
tap.
when have I been a?
You're not.
Hold on.
It's pending, okay?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Shut your mouth. Shut up. I hate you guys.
Love you too.
Mm.
I know.
You
You know when like
Well,
what?
sorry. Don't worry about it.
scared me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I won't scare you anymore.
Spooky. Woo. Boo.
You know. Ah! Oh shit. Oof. Oh man, almost had a heart attack.
Yo. Watch
hey,
it.
you know, hey, you wanna hear a secret?
What?
So, if you were to get someone a gift from the end, that would be like really romantic.
Ooh.
Just saying.
Like what?
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 Oh, I heard them talking.
Just
Whatever.
Like, what are you thinking?
Like a dragon.
Y'all are not good at whispering.
Shut up!
the fuck up! Like,
That's
you know,
yeah,
something like
more
something
more
rare,
secure. Right?
something that like.
So, do you fish? I'm trying to talk to Crane.
Do you fish?
Ray, I
Like a roll out a bar.
Dad Ray
Like
trying to
roll up at a
connect.
bar.
Ray, I need to get you one of those shirts that's like,
You're my
I love
favorite
it when my
dad.
wife lets me go fishing.
You're my favorite dad.
I
you know
am
what I-
periodically a dad who fishes
Have you
with his son, okay?
Yeah.
Have you guys
Can't wait
seen
for
those
our next
shirts
fishing
though?
trip, man.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah, I have one with golfing actually.
I love
own
it
one.
when my wife lets me go fishing, like in
Mari
parentheses.
got me
Oh, it's
one.
so good. I love that.
My
Blaze on
husband
the
can
left,
prevent me from
run.
fishing.
Run!
Oh, we just have to run it.
Gassed!
Sorry, when you asked if I
Swing
liked
and a
fishing,
miss!
it
Okay.
sounded
Oh
like-
shit.
It sounded like you were asking if I liked men.
God damn! Oh! Missed it! That was crazy.
Got him.
Here,
Bro's
No,
moaning up there.
I was just trying to bond with you in the only way I know how.
Literally, Dad Ray trying to connect with the kids.
But it sounded so much like you were just like, so are you gay or something?
like imagine rolling up at a bar and
No.
being like, "So, babe, you fish?"
Hey,
Fish here
girl.
often.
Hey, baby
Hey,
girl.
boy.
No,
Like
I
fishing?
one automatically presume any one of the Kingdom leaders is queer in some way. I haven't met a single straight one.
Nope.
Real.
Wait, straight what?
Kingdom member.
Kingdom.
Oh, word. That'd be
But-
gross.
You know, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so
Homosexuality.
I was just trying to see if you'd like to go fishing with me and eat sometime.
Yeah, I like fishing.
Run safely, guys.
Yeah, I know 8 loves fishing. That's what I was trying to.
I love fishing. I like, it's my main source of food.
There,
Run.
I am. Whoa.
I love that this has stripes.
Yeah.
Definitely not from when what's his that one guy was here.
Was it Blitz or? I don't
No,
remember.
no. That one guy was here, but he was a snow golem, but he
Yeah,
like
I know.
melted.
Got him. That was a good shot. Pretty banger shot.
Guys, I don't know.
A
how-
banger. I hardly know her.
I don't
Gold.
think you.
Oh,
I don't think you understand
Someone
how
fell.
much I want.
Someone fell?
I
No.
think someone fell. I saw a name tag.
No,
go
we're all
down.
up here.
Everyone's here.
No,
Okay.
I shot someone though.
Ah,
Like the fucking sniper that you are.
Yeah, I am. Sniper, no sniping. Am I right?
Yeah, brother.
so 8, you going on a fishing trip with me and Crane once they're done with their business?
I want to go
Yeah.
fishing. I love fishing. So fun.
Yeah, I know you love fishing, and I wanted to make
Run.
sure Crane also loved fishing.
Yeah, I do.
Whoa!
I have to phase through August before I can run past him. Past them.
Sorry, I can't auto break these ones.
You're fine.
It's so powerful
Stop!
when you hold me, when you touch me. It's so powerful.
Yippee!
Woo! Now we
Woo.
zoom in. Go crazy, go zoom in. Ah.
Go crazy, go stupid.
Yeah.
Alright, I needed a sniffle.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm so warm.
Oh, yeah. God, it's so warm here. I am not... What?
Facts.
What?
You wouldn't understand. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hola,
I'm gonna need
¿cómo
to repair my
estás?
pickaxe.
Estoy bien, y tú?
Does your pickaxe have mending?
Wait!
No.
Oh.
August.
What?
August, do you remember the... Wait, do you remember the...
Yeah?
CE? Do you remember CE?
I think so.
I don't remember where that... Okay, so, backstory. You'll remember it better when I explain it. So, like,
Okay.
at some point, August and I met in Spanish class. So we had some Spanish memes, right?
Yep, yep,
And
yep.
at one point, I was like, you know how, like, in improv, they're like, you should say yes, and...
Levy, you're too far away.
Levi!
That was us, right?
Levi.
I didn't hear any
You
of
were
that.
too far away.
Oh, okay, fuck.
August
Okay,
had to
so-
stop to shoot some skeletons.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
This strip is really long.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know what else is really long?
My dick!
Mine too.
Penis gang.
Penis.
Penis.
Penis havers.
Penises.
We'll
Fun
we'll
fact.
create our own club within the club called Penis Havers.
I think we should.
Mm.
No, fun fact, Kingdom's Levi, gave himself bottom surgery and it's just a banana.
Whoa.
Fun fact, Ray just happened to have one.
Where'd it come from?
He doesn't know.
It just showed up one day?
It just showed up.
Love that.
Sometimes magic shit, when you die, is real weird.
Wait, if I die, I'll get a real penis?
Whoa.
Sometimes.
Why
but
don't they
not always.
advertise that?
For real, man.
Because, you don't
Sometimes,
always
but
come
not
back.
always. Yeah, because you don't... Yeah, really.
I'd
Yeah.
prefer that, honestly.
You either don't come back or you come back with a penis. Wait,
Depends on whether or not you had one at the start. And I'm
Does the
afraid your
banana
banana
count?
might count as one.
no!
It
I'll
might
take it off, I'll
count.
take it off.
while dying, you have to take off your banana.
Like, hold on! My last dying wish.
Death is
Oh,
like
I dropped
right there,
my
like,
fork.
bro, we gotta go. I'm on a time schedule, and you're like, no.
No, wait.
Sometimes, it just doesn't.
Mhm.
Word?
No.
I don't know what that
Sometimes
means.
it,
Sometimes it
I'm
just
not gonna-
doesn't come back.
no, it does, but sometimes it, different.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
well,
so
like
if
a
I
little bit
die-
longer.
Will my
Sometimes,
will my tits come
Depends.
back if I die? Cause I cut them off.
no. I believe
No.
permanent body modifications are permanent.
Okay.
Yeah, cause that hurt like a bitch.
Yeah, that's why I still have, what was it? My eye.
Mm.
What'd you say about your eye? What?
You notice my eyes are two different colors? I wasn't born like that.
Oh,
I was.
what'd you put in there?
Yeah, cause,
Mm.
sometimes they'll enhance sometimes death will enhance certain qualities, sometimes it will,
Oh, so my eye won't come back. Good to know.
sometimes
Wait,
it
what?
Huh?
won't.
Did you
How
ever?
many eyes you?
Did you ever
How many
think?
eyes you have?
One.
What?
What?
Did you ever think to question why I wear the mask?
I
No,
thought you
but
were
you
just being
have
edgy.
You have 2 red dots in the
You know that I find that kinky.
That's like-
They're like little rubies.
Oh.
They're not my eyes.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought they were.
Nope.
They're LEDs. Oh, we're almost there. We got like 1,000 blocks to go.
That does not feel like almost there.
Okay, so we're
It's
like,
as close to almost there as we're gonna get.
yeah.
Also, why do you guys think I have such shit depth perception?
I don't know.
You're a loser.
Maybe
'Cause you're
you like
tall.
need
Yeah.
glass.
Because I
thought
only
it was-
have one working eye. The
I
other
thought it
eye's
was
like for
because
show.
of the whole undead thing.
Should I get rid of an
Yeah.
eye? Like, I feel left
Do it.
No, it's okay, babe. Well, only one of the
Okay.
people in the relationship needs to have both eyes.
Yeah.
Would that? Okay.
I mean, I have both eyes, but to be fair, my vision isn't that well. Isn't that good?
Mm-hmm.
Specifically when it comes to reading.
What the fuck?
What?
I heard a spooky noise.
Oh. Yeah, I have me personally, I have like glasses that I
You wear glasses,
not all the time,
nerd.
but like what the fuck?
Just casually bullied.
Yeah. I mean, that is a lot of
Levi
our
just
family
bullied me
dynamic.
Levi just bullied me for needing reading glasses.
Nerd.
I mean, I wear glasses.
Nerd.
You can't even read.
If I could, I wouldn't need glasses to do it.
This
you
is
would.
this is in
This
does not fucking respond. My god.
so
No, you.
me, August, and
Weeb.
What?
me, August, and Crane all have vision problems canonly.
Yep.
Yeah. But that was because of the whole, you know, death thing.
Yeah, mine was before death I
Dork!
lost an
There we go.
eye, so I had to steal someone else's.
No, my vision just got worse.
I didn't technically lose an eye, I just lost the vision in said eye from an injury.
What?
Ah.
Hmm,
What? What? What?
you know, that's why my eyes don't match in
Ah.
this canon.
Wait, is anyone else missing any body parts I should know about?
My wings. That's about it.
My-
You'll
yeah,
never
no,
guess
but
which
you
one's
never
my
should
real eye,
fucking
though.
Bro, you ever get-
Literally,
I
every
hate
time we
I
see each other,
probably
you're
don't
talking
think
about
I've
the
ever
fact you don't have your fucking wings.
You should have woke up.
I miss them deeply, man. I had to redo my balance and shit. I've been to physical therapy. It sucks. I hate
Yeah, I bet your
physical therapy.
posture's
If you
really
don't-
bad now.
If you
Yeah,
don't
it is.
mind
Oh my god, I
me
can only
asking,
imagine
happened?
what your back must have been like after.
sorry, you
that's a
gotta-
lot.
What? Alright, so you're missing your wings and that's it?
I believe so, as far as I
Okay.
can check.
Okay, you're missing. Well, not missing, but you got bad eye.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I'm missing anything. I kind of have
Not
Your
yet.
dignity.
bad vision.
What
the hell?
I can. And then you're missing an eye. Wait. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
you said-
missing a lot of stuff. You have to remember I am a living corpse.
Oh wait, yeah, that's right. You're just
A
missing that. Okay,
reanimated
okay.
corpse.
That makes
Yeah.
sense, Frankenstein.
You can't see it
Wow.
in most of my outfits, but
That's
there's
a little
lot of stuff that's
insensitive.
not there.
Shut up, Craig. Shut up, Levi.
I
I
have,
don't know if I'm much of a Frankenstein.
Hey, why do you always DM me with your secrets when you know I can't read them?
It's funny because you can't read them.
It's like when you post to a private story that like no one's in.
Yeah.
Like it's just for your own therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Damn.
I have a lot of scarring.
Oh,
Oh, I have
crazy.
so many fucking scars, dude.
No,
like, everywhere.
It's pretty
I have
hot.
Call me Scar
scars.
Squad.
I have scars on the
Scar
majority of my
Squad!
body.
Wait, you have scars on
Uh,
what?
On the majority of my body.
Oh
Does
shit.
it count as a scar if the wound is still technically open?
Oh,
no.
it'll eventually scar, but that's a wound.
Yeah, I think that's just an open wound.
That's just a wound.
That's just
Oh.
a wound, bestie.
Yeah.
You should get that checked out.
Yeah.
Maybe get some ointment
a
or
doctor.
something.
Yeah, like.
So the wounds are from pre-death, and I can't get rid of them.
So you're like
That's
Deadpool.
That's cool.
But imagine if he couldn't heal his wounds.
Well, I mean like Deadpool with his like cancer never going away.
Yeah. Because that's cancer.
Virgo.
I
You
love
ready, every
Hell
pony?
of a Boss.
Yeah.
It's the end!
Oh my god. I got pushed out. I was literally the first person in here and I got pushed out. That kind of fucking
Aw,
hurts.
It's okay.
It's funny because
Emotionally
this
or
is a
physically?
snow biome.
Oh.
There's
As you
also,
went in, I said best for
like-
last, and then you went before me.
Damn.
Woo.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Sorry,
quickly put on my coat.
Oh,
Oh,
He's putting on a coat.
That's
There we
valid.
go.
Bitch got a whole ass coat.
Don't want to
Yeah.
be cold.
Mm. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Estoy bien. ¿Y tú?
What?
Nada.
Sí.
I don't know Spanish.
Estoy mal.
Haha, haha, the one
¿Dónde
guy who,
está la
who doesn't
biblioteca?
Oh.
have Spanish as a required class, haha.
I had French.
Haha, haha.
Exactly. The rest of
I-
us are
The one guy
American.
who didn't take 2 Spanish classes. Haha, haha.
I'm from
Uh-huh.
Canada. What the fuck?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Get in
we
the
have to
damn
learn
portal,
Spanish
boy.
in America.
My
Okay.
Spanish teacher was my dad. I had daddy issues. Oh,
You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie woogie woogie.
Woogie,
Woogie, woogie, woogie.
I wish I could eat nether wart. Oh my goodness, I don't have a brain.
hey, there's some scaffolding. Who left that there?
Ooh.
Probably me.
Not that.
Some of it was. I'm pretty sure it was me.
I need so much of this.
Oh, I forgot to pick
No,
a
wait.
pumpkin.
It
I'm
wouldn't have been
stupid.
me. I don't
Same.
litter.
I
I
got a
have so
pumpkin.
fucking many too.
I didn't
I
bring
forgot a pumpkin, but I can just kill it.
I didn't, but I don't.
I'll just
I
look
don't
at
fear.
down at the ground a lot.
I don't fear death.
I do.
Fear no one. I thought you were friends. Why would you fear her?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Wait, is
Well,
Death a
she
dude or a
actually is.
girl,
She
actually?
is really nice, but I don't
Also,
fear
it's
her.
death.
Actually, I fear the ferryman. He's kind of sick of my shit.
The ferryman.
The who?
He
Like
said
carry, like,
he
a
said
boat
take
or-
yourself over the fucking
Me when I talk about the hat.
Wee.
Hey, what's up, babe?
Hi baby.
Ugh.
Hey, yo.
Hat
This
man.
is cool. I like
¿Dónde
this.
está la
actually
biblioteca?
Mm.
Mm.
Okay,
Mm.
And I
give
call
me
them
one
purple.
sec, cause I have a secret.
Chorus fruit.
Miraculous.
Oh, God.
Best.
Help!
Wait,
Help!
Am I being attacked? Cause
No.
I
I'm
am.
AFK. Okay, just making sure. Sorry about your luck, but as long as it's not me.
I was just minding my business and I picked up a chorus
Minding my
fruit and this guy
business?
came after me.
He's dead.
What is this?
All I did was pick up a chorus fruit that was already on the ground. And he went, fuck
That was
you. And I
his.
was like, damn.
I know that you don't understand the etiquette of the end, because usually you go beyond the end. Why am I in a hole? But
Yeah.
but like that was his. You know, it's got his name all over it.
Mm.
It was a little bit of a
Goodness
faux pas to just take it
gracious,
from underneath him.
Gentlemen.
Gentleman.
Okay. Closest end city with a ship, right?
Get bugged.
Yeah.
Froze for a second.
I'm assuming
Okay.
it'll already be rated, but
Yeah.
we
Hold
can
on.
at least go that direction.
Mhm.
So negative 2,000, positive 600.
I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't pick up anything.
Ow.
Oh, I
Arp,
gotcha,
August,
gotcha.
August.
Why are you mad at me? I have a pumpkin.
Maybe
He
I
was
should
mad
get
at
a
you
pumpkin.
because
Because he's homophobic.
Obviously.
Maybe I should go get my my pumpkin.
Maybe.
Oh, that takes too much time though.
Alright,
Ray,
straight this
here
way.
you go, Ray.
When you're ready.
Crane.
Okay.
what?
Fuck.
What?
Guys, stop dying.
Come on. I asshole. Oh.
Oh, there's already a bridge over here, so that's good.
Bridging and bridging and bridging, bridging and bridging. Yeah! Get fucked!
We're gonna keep my crosshairs
Alright.
down
Might
Oh
as well
wait, was this me?
at the floor.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I imagine the first one we get to will be rated, but there's like 2 near it, so
Maybe,
at
baby.
least we can try those too. And I don't really care because I just need shulkers and they'll spawn anywhere. So, but yeah.
I want wings.
I
I'm
also
pretty sure
want
Ray
wings.
also wants wings.
I'm indifferent, but
I want to see above my canopy.
I'm
Okay. Time to start bridging.
Okay.
I have so many blocks.
I'll start. You can do the next bridge.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Estoy muy mal.
What? Why?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I just remembered a meme.
Hmm.
6 leches cake.
No.
Six CS leches cake.
6.
CS leches
6 milk.
and estoy economía.
Don't talk about the economy.
The
to me.
economy? Alright, give me 1 second. I'm turning on
I
toggle
can't
speak so I
say the
don't die.
rest of it like off the top of my head, and even if I did, I'd mispronounce a lot of words. But it was an entirely Spanish, and it was 6 leches. And it was 6 milk cake, and it was 6 milk in this economy, and then it was despite what people think, people do not eat 6 milks in one day.
I do.
The average person has 0 milks per day.
Wrong.
Milk George, who has
This is
10,000 milk per day, is an outlier and should not be counted.
For real.
That is
That's
a
a
reference to
Tumblr
Spider's
meme.
Gorg.
Where the fuck?
I have to drink milk. My
I
doctors
don't
told
drink
me
milk
so.
often. I don't like milk. I'm also lactose intolerant, but I like cheese. And there's no good vegan cheese, but there's good like vegan milks.
Oh my
And ice cream.
goodness! Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my goodness gracious! I cannot hear you, Levi. Goodness gracious! Oh my goodness gracious! I still can't hear Levi. Levi, please, please return to me.
Levi,
friend.
please.
Levi,
Levi.
my bastion buddy.
No one can hear you, Levi.
Contradictory.
Levi.
I sometimes have milk with my cereal. Sometimes I eat it dry.
Levi.
I love eating cereal dry. Hold on.
Autismo. It's me, the great Autismo.
I'm just assuming this is the way to go.
Yo soy
There's more
Juandísimo.
chorus fruit over there.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna go that way.
The Endermen are just chilling over there.
Chillin' like a villain. Do, 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 do.
Oh my god, I love the
Hey!
Descendants soundtrack.
I'm this Cayman voice.
I
They're
have
trying to
no
make
more
another
blocks.
movie, and I'm like,
Wait,
no,
hold
Do you have
on.
don't.
blocks?
I have blocks. I have so much netherrack.
Yummy. Thank you.
Where are the other two? Where are they?
Back.
Back there.
Why?
Levi had to leave because he's not here. I don't know where 8 went. Oh,
Levi's
8's
not
fine with
here,
the
Ren.
Endermen. Oh, there's Levi.
That was so sketchy. This whole portion that you just started wasn't showing up on my screen, so I was just walking across air.
Oh, it's something in game that's not working, huh?
Voice.
Oh.
Mute your mic and unmute it, maybe.
Yo soy muy
that.
artístico.
You're very
Oh, I can-
autistic.
I can hear Levi.
That's what Scoot said.
Wait, you can hear me?
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
I
hear you.
can hear Levi.
Oh,
Yo
Word.
soy muy pequeño.
it worked. I lied. It worked.
Oh, shit.
Moi? Excuse me.
Excuse-moi.
No. Excusez-moi?
Sorry, I don't speak French.
Pardon-moi?
I do.
I don't speak.
Mademoiselle? None of us are Mademoiselle.
I learned French from Miraculous.
Yeah, you would.
I barely
Bonsoir.
learned French.
Bonjour. Bonsoir.
Bonjour,
Voulez-vous
comment
coucher
ça va?
avec moi?
Bonjour, comment ça va?
No.
No.
Je souhaite manger petit enfant.
No.
fuck?
No,
Don't eat an elephant.
No, that's a small child. No, no,
That's
je
the
mange
same
mon
thing.
chien.
I see no difference.
Um,
I don't even know what that
a
was.
small enough child is a baby, and if you
Nuh-uh.
eat babies, you may be gay.
Fuck
Aw,
yeah!
darn.
We gotta get to negative 2,600, and
Am I going
Oh.
the right direction? Have I been going the right direction?
kind of.
Take a
Turn
left.
left, yeah. Get to that big island, and then keep going
From my
straight.
perspective, right from yours.
Wait.
Yeah.
Left.
Nandeska?
Nandeska?
Stop speaking Japanese.
Mitochondria was
I said one word in Japanese. Technically
Yeah, exactly, and I'm a hater.
I said
Nandas
sentence.
Nandasuka.
Okay.
Nandeska.
Nandeska.
Just
Why
see
is
what's
there-
going on. Or what's up.
Shit.
What the fuck is going on? Alright, let's go this way.
I don't really know much of no language. I know like 5 words total. I don't know how I'm speaking English so well because I don't even know English. I know 5 words total, and it's I know 5 words total.
Me when I know 5 words total.
Total Drama Island.
I hope not. Heard the reboots suck.
Yeah, so did I.
I never even watched the first one.
Because I have
It was
over
aight.
30 clips to go through after this stream.
I have 300 billion million.
Trillion.
I don't know how to do
Pussy.
that.
Just
I don't know either.
pussy.
Pussy.
Pussy!
Hey yo, you want some fuck?
I
You
love
want
No,
the
blue?
Ron.
bird.
No,
I got
Ron.
ya,
I
love.
don't want some fuck.
Why do you sound like
Bitches love
You want
blue.
blue? I'll give you blue. You
want-
want yellow?
You want yellow,
Teleport off
blue,
to?
and yellow. No.
Blue and yellow. No.
Green.
Am I really that low on food already? I thought I brought plenty.
I have
Gib
food.
stick.
I have
Cool.
golden
I don't
carrot.
need it yet, but thank you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, those are
That
yummy.
had no effect on
Mhm.
you because you consume all of the effects.
EBB, how you
They said
doing?
can sue. I mean, I can sue you guys if I wanted
Yeah.
to, but I won't take legal action.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You can't
I will.
sue me. I'm a minor.
Yeah, I can.
Damn.
You're not gonna be for much longer.
This way.
I have.
That sounded
I
like
have,
a
like,
very
3
gross
months.
threat,
Leave
and
me
I'm a
alone.
little worried.
Exactly.
Wait,
Don't bum
where'd
me.
Levi go?
Tengo hambre?
Levi?
Oh!
Lib guy.
Hello.
Libody beebody.
Levi.
Levi, Levi, Levi.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know fucking words. Please stop speaking Spanish. I don't understand it.
Ooh, wah.
Why are you doing that in the Mario Bro, like, pipe theme?
That's how I call Levi.
Levi, Levi, Levi. Levi, Levi, Levi.
It's a lot of fun. Levi.
I know that's English.
Levi, Levi, Levi.
What
Whoa.
the fuck?
I needed to yawn.
That did not
Same.
sound like a
Felt
yawn,
that.
buddy.
It was a yawn.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't think you tried hard enough.
I don't believe that.
Believe hard.
Believe it.
How you keep your pants up while you perform?
Where your
Bell.
clothes at?
Now,
I love that one.
Where your clothes at?
Almost there.
Ew. After this, I'm gonna have a celebratory pizza.
Pigba.
My sister
After
got me a
this, I
personal
have to
pan
debate on what to
DiGiorno.
eat.
I've just been eating cookies and bread because they don't require cooking.
God, I feel. I had toaster
I have
strudel today.
Doritos.
I had a blueberry toaster strudel and Reese's Puffs without milk.
I had a granola bar.
I actually had food. What the fuck?
27.
Me too.
No, I haven't.
I normally have food, but I have not had the spoons to cook. I was gonna make myself quesadillas, and then I forgot. Oh my god, guys.
I don't have blocks
Yeah.
anymore.
I have Reese's Puffs in my mouth now,
I got Reese's Puffs in my bowl.
but
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs.
Reese's Puffs.
Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up.
Yeah, I don't know the words.
who doesn't know what a toaster strudel is?
What the fuck?
This is why
I
we
lied. I don't know
appreciate
what a
God.
toaster strudel is.
It's kind of like a
It's
Pop-Tart.
like a Pop-Tart.
Oh,
I think.
okay.
But better. Hey, there's an Enderman after. No, the Enderman's
No.
after someone
Levi,
else.
Levi,
Yeah,
Levi.
what's up, babe? Oh, shit.
Get his ass.
So,
Go.
a toaster strudel is like if you took a Pop-Tart, but you made it a flakier pastry outside and better filling that was actually like
I wish I
gooey.
was a flaky pastry.
Can I have more
And
Give me a
blocks?
sec to see.
better
Okay,
frosting
yeah,
because
let's
you
go
put
this
it
way.
on after. Pop-Tarts are hella good. Not Pop-Tarts, toaster strudels. Specifically the blueberry. I love blueberry toaster strudels.
Blueberry. We're almost there. 500 blocks away.
Most people will eat Pop-Tarts without putting them in a toaster, but you cannot do that with toaster strudels.
I love the fading. It's very funny.
Watch me.
Me neither.
Follow me.
I'm trying.
We're just going wherever. I'm stuck. There we go. I think I was lagged a little.
There.
Hold on.
More
I know
chorus
what
for
you
you,
mean.
baby.
Where? What? I don't.
Yeah, right here. Right
Oh,
here.
oh, oh, oh. Make it count,
I
play
so
it
badly wanna
straight,
eat
don't look
chorus
back,
fruit,
don't
but I know
hesitate
damn well it
when you
would send me
go
into the
big
void.
time.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. It's one of the
Almost
few,
there.
like, foods that have an effect on you, huh?
Mhm. That's why
That's
I
why
like
it's your go-to, drug.
Yeah.
Should be seeing.
Because it actually tastes good.
Ba-da-da-dum-bum.
So yummy.
Is it canon that you can't take most of the other drugs because you just have an, resistance buildup?
Yeah. Well, not resistance.
see
My
it.
body just like decomposes all of it.
Yeah, you have too
Into,
high
like,
of a
core
tolerance for it.
elements.
Yeah, they already took that stuff from it, but I want shulker bucks. And then
Oh,
the next
Stardust.
ones are not super far either. So
Oh.
we can
Hello, shit.
Awesome.
we can raid this one if anything's left over, and then
Yeah.
head on to the next.
We'll
I
take
just
their
want
scraps.
elytra.
Yeah.
Do you need more blocks? I got more blocks.
I have enough blocks.
Can I have blocks, please?
Yeah, someone check
Yeah.
for that. I'm gonna go for shulkers.
Thank you. Wow.
Don't mind me dying. City at the end of the game.
Ba-da-da-dum-bum.
What the fuck? What'd they say to me? Oh, can I mine endstone, or is it just
You can.
what the? Oh, hey, yo, they're different colors. I didn't know that.
Whoa.
Yo, I forgot. Like, I'm the perfect person to do this because I don't take fall damage.
True.
Do I have looting on my sword? I don't. Fuck, my old one did. That's okay.
I've got looting 3.
Hell yeah. Dang it, I wanted to float up there. Last. Don't make me do parkour. Alright, I'll go. Oh, fuck, I fell all the way down again. Okay, I'll be up there in a sec. I'm coming.
Fuck.
Don't die. Where the fuck you go? Where are they coming from? Ooh, I got one.
Woo.
Now I just need to wear off so I can get it. There we go. One shell.
Oh, gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, get him.
Get absolutely fucked on. Wee.
Period.
Ooh.
Oh, fuck me.
No?
Hit me, hit me, hit me. I need a float. There we go. Ha ha. Breaking the system.
Hit me! Hit me!
Hit me. It's like, okay, this is such an obscure reference, but do you know that one Looney Tunes live action movie?
Also, guys, guess what?
What?
Yeah.
There was an elytra in the ship.
What?
But they're actually, really? They
Yeah.
left it behind? God damn. Awesome.
Fuck.
8 has an elytra now.
I'm missing
me.
so many of them.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, I'll just wait here then. I'll just, I can't do parkour to save my life right now.
Hold on. Don't worry.
You guys
Oh!
I'm coming. There's one guy up there. Hit me. I need to fly. Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me.
Levi, I've got a looting 3 sword if you want to take it.
Hi.
You
Hit me.
found what?
Okay.
A looting 3 sword if you want to take it.
Oh shit, yeah. Where are you at?
Top. Up top.
Oh, I can't fucking get up there.
Hi.
Respectful.
Oh, what the fuck?
Fuck.
Hi.
Yeah, baby! Hey, yo, what's up, baby boy? Hey, yo. Oh, shit.
Oh, it was. Oh, you were killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna wait till this wears off and just fall so I can get those shulker boxes.
Why is that one
Ah!
pink?
Guys.
The
I'm-
better vanilla makes them different colors, I think.
Really?
Guys,
Yeah.
I do not.
I've-
August, I don't have water. August, I do not have water.
Why do you need water?
Because I was flying.
Where is my...
Oh. Yeah, guys, don't do that.
Ah! August.
What?
Augie Woggy.
What?
please. Hi.
You can't just say, what do you want from me?
I'm up here. I need water, please.
Oh, I don't have water
Look up.
to give.
Look up.
Oh,
No,
here.
I mean like put it down. Oh, thanks. I keep getting hit.
Oh, wait, give me some of that. I'll try and
I'm
get up.
about to get a fucking achievement. God damn.
Oh my, they're all targeting you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, 8! Who didn't take the beetroot seeds? Y'all ungrateful bitches?
I think I didn't take them, but there was like diamond in there, so I
That
was.
was a joke. That was a joke.
trying.
You shouldn't be taking the beetroot. Hey, yo, bestie, you wanna give me that looting?
Yeah.
Ah! Yo,
I was gonna
what if
chuck it
we-
to you. Wait, let's see if you can grab it from the sky.
Yeah, I got this.
Oh.
Damn. We can reenact that scene from Miraculous when they eat those hot dogs and then they go flying. The Miraculous special was special.
You don't say.
Hey guys, what's up? It's your boy, Skinny Penis. Oh my god, if you hit me one more fucking time. Dude, I'm busy. God damn. Come at me. Watch. Oh fuck.
It's everything to me.
Yo, this sword is way better than the one I have.
Really?
You shitting me? Yeah, the only thing it doesn't have is unbreaking. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. Okay. Yo, I don't know where the rest of them are. They're annoying as fuck though. Alright, that dude did.
Yay!
Did you drop
Thank
a box?
Fuck.
Because if you didn't, that's fucking stupid.
Oh god.
Oh, there's a bitch. Ah, I dropped all the way to the ground, fuck. And I have an even number with that one. Give me it. Gimme.
My love is an animal call. Frothing at the mall. Integrated hardware you cannot afford. Call from my little bus, ringing off the hook.
Are you shitting me?
Hi.
These guys won't stop. As soon as I go to kill one, I accidentally look at another one. Oh shit, I might actually die.
Subatomic interactions, it's all good.
Ew.
Into a long dose. Wonder my ears are still ringing. Boiling up change. Still swinging.
That's totally fair.
Put my Elytra into my
Shocker.
Wait, so there was an
No, no, no.
elytra
The
up
other
there,
guy.
but there wasn't the
Yeah.
dragon head?
No, there was. Crane took it. Whee!
Oh, okay, because I must have just been not rendered in for me, because I didn't see it when I
Yeah.
first got there, so that's why I thought it was
Since it's
rated.
Hello.
since it's technically an entity,
Green had to
they don't.
do stuff, so
That makes
they'll
sense.
be back.
Okay.
Okay. As soon as he's back,
That
we can
doesn't
go to the
matter.
next one. It's not super far, and then there's one right near it. There's like two right near it, so we can all
Cool.
get shit.
Hot.
Is it a ship one or?
Yeah, they're all ships. I'm looking
Oh, cool, cool,
specifically
cool.
for ships. We're gonna
Good.
pass
Sick.
one that doesn't have a ship on the way there, maybe. But
Yeah.
we
I was
don't need it.
curious because I was thinking like loot tables and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna get white
It's very
was,
watery here.
No.
for some reason.
You're crazy.
You crazy.
There's no water here, silly.
Your mama.
Pasta in my server? Never.
August, did
Excuse
you
me.
get
Did you get enough shells?
I have 3.
I don't need
Okay.
in-stone bricks. Why do I keep
We'll get
grabbing
more,
them?
but if you want, just let me know.
Okay.
What's up, dude? Howdy. So I'm talking to the Endermen when they're being nice and not trying to kill me.
I love Endermen. They're silly.
Yeah, they're silly little
cute
guys.
fish. They're like cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we get along. Wait, I gotta go pee.
Good luck.
Tanks.
No problem.
Go piss, Carly.
No, that's not gonna work. Never mind. Okay, I'll just.
Yeah. I love in-stone. In-stone and me go way back. Back in the 90s. I was in a very famous TV show. August?
What?
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yellow.
Blue.
Yellow.
Yellow, like Levi's dick. It's probably
What?
brown by now, actually.
What?
Were you not there for him saying that it's just a banana?
Oh,
Oh.
okay, yeah, okay.
I love that neither of
yeah,
us
okay.
connected banana with
Okay.
yellow.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I was saying it's probably brown by now because it's probably super old, so it's like mushy and stuff.
Now he probably switches it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like a tampon, you know?
yeah. Every few hours.
Yeah. Because, like, after being in a pair of pants for so long, I'd assume that it gets a little
They don't wear
bruised.
pants.
They wear a little skirt.
Well, sorry,
Yeah.
under things.
It just it being attached to him for so long, it probably gets mushy.
Yeah.
And smelly.
Ew. I don't.
Gotta switch it out for smell alone.
Yeah. Sorry to break this to you, August, but your husband, his dick stink.
It's okay, I'm not with him for his dick.
Thank God.
Let's get down to business.
To defeat the Huns.
Did they send me daughters?
When
They asked for sons. Collecting their water. Yellow.
Ow.
Once again, like, Levi's dick. Yellow.
Hello.
Damn, I exploded.
So tired.
Yeah.
I want my pizza, but I can't have my pizza until I get an Elytra. And then I can
That
have
sounds
my
like
pizza.
a bad mindset.
I'm gonna reward myself for working
Oh.
so hard in the end and not
You know,
dying.
fair point.
I was very close to dying, but I haven't died yet. Go home. Levi,
What's up?
you have a yellow dick, right?
Yeah. Depends. Sometimes I switch it out for something a little more ripe, but yeah.
We were talking about how you switch it out for I just
Wait, sorry,
keep
what?
doing
You're
it.
literally becoming unintelligible.
Hold on.
Please repeat.
I really need to taste these Reese's Puffs.
It sounds like you said you're eating pussy.
Yeah, it did.
I was trying to say I really
How many
need
do
a
I
piece
need
these
for a
Reese's
box?
Puffs because I keep just
2.
shoving them in.
Thank.
You
It's
only
2
need
in the
2 shove
chest.
per box. We were talking about how you probably switch out your banana dick because otherwise they'd be just brown and mushy.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And also
Yeah.
stink real bad.
Yeah, I want to make sure
Yeah,
it's sturdy.
Regos hate to break it to you, but I think your husband's dick stinks. I go, it's okay, I'm not with him for his dick.
Aw, thanks. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. I always replace it when it gets mushy.
When it gets a little rank, you know?
And then I make some banana bread with it.
Ew.
With some bomb-ass
I'm very
banana
glad
bread.
I'm very glad I don't eat human food now.
Why?
Never gonna
I
be
don't
able to
Nothing's
want-
touching the actual banana.
anything.
You
Yeah,
sure about
wait, yeah,
that?
true, that's true.
Where's
Well,
my Elytra?
Never mind, I'm not gonna get into that, never mind.
It's just touching the
Okay.
peel.
Yeah, protection.
Yeah. It's like a condom.
Exactly
I
what it is.
guess. As tranquil as a fool.
Craig's gonna come back. We're gonna have to explain banana dick lore.
I don't think we should.
I think we should.
This might be one of those things that should only be for privileged people to know.
Wow.
We're privileged because we know.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
No.
Banana dick lore.
I'm not being specious, Tate. Calm down.
I was about to say. Wow.
Does anyone
Wow.
need a water bucket?
How many do you got?
I got one.
God damn it.
It's
Oh,
not
alright.
mine.
I need dirt.
I
need
do.
so much dirt.
I
I
have
can
dirt.
make dirt in the mausoleum. And then I can never take fall damage.
In the mausoleum.
What the heck?
In the mausoleum.
What's a mausoleum? Who's that? Who the hell is Liam?
Who the fuck is
You
Liam?
said
And why's he
mausoleum
got
first.
moss?
Who's a Liam?
Who's a Liam and why's he got
Starbits.
moss on him?
We are
real,
high on
that's not
drugs. I'm definitely not all tired.
I would never be tired. You're insane.
Never. How can you be tired when you drink the white stuff? I mean,
Like
snort
cum?
the white stuff.
Whoa!
I thought we were on about cum. My bad. My bad. My be y'all.
That's the other white stuff.
I got cum on the brain.
Yeah,
What?
that's why I meant to say sniff the white stuff so you don't need to sleep. Drink the white stuff for pleasure.
That's something else.
Yeah.
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 That's what I call a smoothie.
What?
Don't make some.
What? Did
Don't
I
worry
come
about it.
back to?
Alright, ready to go?
Tom.
Uh,
Yes.
banana dick lore and white stuff.
Fuck off!
Oh my lord.
Oh shit. Hey yo.
Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious.
Really tired and hungry. I'm hungry. Hi, I'd like to have an extra large pizza because I'm hungry.
Someone put down water. Water.
I
Who
ain't
the
got
fuck
no
are
water
they?
bucket.
Thought it
Please
was
water
obvious.
us.
We
Water
are the
your
plants.
I'm watering my plants.
They call me
Hell
a plant.
They call me Plant Daddy.
Call me a vegetable.
Yeah.
What?
They say I'm in a vegetative state.
God
They
damn.
I mean, same though. August right behind you.
I don't need to worry
fine
about
now.
it.
He's
I'm
right behind me,
okay.
isn't he?
I am
Do
Do they not?
pumpkin.
Do they not get mad at you?
Right behind me, isn't he?
I've got a pumpkin
Yeah,
on.
August has a pumpkin.
Oh, yeah.
That
I
one-
was
that
stupid
only
and
keeps
forgot
it
we were
from
going
looking.
to the end.
I refuse
So I
to
forgot
wear
to bring
one.
my pumpkin. I made pumpkin pie, but I forgot to
Ruins
bring
the outfit.
the essential pumpkin.
It ruins the lines of my suit.
Alright, I think it's faster to go this way.
It's faster if you roll.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Oh, you're coming for me. That's not right.
It's dead.
Yay!
He got
Yay.
fucking deaded.
Guys,
Ah.
Oh,
We were dealing with a man of great stature.
Oh, we're
Mhm.
love tall men.
of statue.
I am a tall man, but no
I
thank
don't
you.
love you that way.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Damn,
we're
how
bros.
objective.
We're homies.
We just
Probably
fish.
easier to do this.
Yeah.
What?
We
Uh,
are fishermen.
I thought you said we are fish, and I was like, what?
Oh, yeah.
No, no. That's not how you're supposed to eat. Eat.
Uh-oh,
Don't
invisible
eat
block
me.
time. That scares me. Oh, I hate these. I hate these. Come on, on invisible. Please on invisible. Oh my gosh, I'm
Ask
so
really
scared.
politely.
Thank you. I'm sorry
Yes,
I'm not
really
bridging
politely.
straight.
It's okay.
I can't do much straight.
I know.
I concur.
Oh god, it's invisible for. Okay.
I know.
Once
they're
as you step
scaring
on
the
it when
shit
you're
out of me.
walking, it's okay.
Yeah.
It'll come back.
Oh,
Levi's
shit.
invisible for me, but that's just because 8's crouched in front of him.
I'm
So like his top
Whoa,
half is
eerie
gone.
noise.
hiding.
Ooh.
Ooh.
The
Ooh.
shield is driving me crazy.
Ooh.
Stop it.
You just don't carry it.
Shut the fuck up. Hold on.
Am I wrong?
Give me my.
I know, I thought you were singing the
No.
Meow 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 meow. Please stop that I'm thinking cat's outside my door now, but he's
Wait,
not.
hold on. I want to make
I'm a
sure.
cat.
The real
Uh,
cat is in
We gotta
here.
go this way. Wait,
Other
hold on.
way.
The real cat were the friends we made along the way.
Me when I
So
meet a
true.
cat on a
Meow.
trip. Wrong way, Crane.
Meow.
This way, so yeah, okay, no. So we can,
Oh,
no.
right
This,
way,
this
Crane?
is gonna be the faster way. So yeah, we'll go around.
I'm a
I
genius.
just want to make sure.
Right way, Crane.
You so are. You so are, bestie. Wait.
Just a
Oh, never mind.
quintuple of besties.
I
Hold on.
don't
Quintuplet.
see the path
Do you
anymore.
It's okay. It's okay. Just guess.
I'm not good at guessing.
I know.
Me when
it's
I start
okay.
playing a guessing game.
Oh wait.
Me when I take a test and don't know what's on it.
Truly.
I
Me and my
Never had
fucking
Trula.
me on one of the questions on my fucking sociology exam.
Damn. I don't even know
imagine
what
taking sociology. I've taken one
Social study.
humanities class and it sucked ass, so I'm taking a language class instead.
That's a little
Sorry.
gay.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
yep.
it, but
Shut up.
I'm going into criminology. I don't know what to tell you.
You kind
Oh,
of need
criminology
Rest
is
in
cool.
peace,
I
Liz.
almost was like kind of in that area, and then I quit. Hey, look, there
No,
it is.
I'm
I
going
don't go to
into the most incel-y
You're an
place
incel?
you can go.
Yeah,
Whoa.
you would.
No.
I didn't sign up to be friends with an
I'm-
incel.
No, I'm going into computer coding. I'm gonna be
Guys.
surrounded by incels.
That or trans femmes.
Yeah. Sometimes both, but
Trust me,
the
I
egg
have
just
a lot of
hasn't
trans
cracked yet.
femmes. Yeah.
Bruh, can't see shit.
I've known like at least
Brother.
one whole incel who turned out to just be a trans femme.
I love.
I hate
No,
when
I
that
literally have met those people. It's so freaking funny.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Why do you hate on women so much? Because you want to be one?
For real.
They were just jealous.
For real. This one looks really big. That's what she said.
No. Oh, is this the non-ship one?
No, this
No, it
one's a
has a
ship
ship.
one. Yeah, this one
I
has a
don't
ship.
see a ship.
We went around. Bitch. Just open your eyes.
Goddamn eyes.
They are open.
Where was it? Yeah,
They're
wait,
2
where I
pixels.
saw it. Where was it? Where'd it go?
Me too. What?
No, what?
I
It was
told
literally
you.
right there. No, I literally saw it. I saw the ship before I saw the city. Where was it?
Me too. What? Help, are we both delusional?
Yes.
I mean, yes,
Delulu.
but that's like not relevant.
Oh,
to
fuck.
this.
Oh, goodness gracious. My
Hey, August. Wait, no, I'll be fine.
they
Stop.
stretched.
Nope, never mind.
Fucking
Can I
hitting me
have
for
some
5 seconds, I'm gonna
water?
fucking scream.
Ah!
Where is the ship? Alright,
Not
whatever. We'll
here.
climb it and look around.
I'm just
Yo,
saying.
what's up?
Think you're insane.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
Yeah, I know the words.
Oh, I can't parkour, can I?
I can't park here.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I thought they were gonna say. To be honest, where's the gosh darn ship?
It's not here.
Bruh.
No, I literally. There's 2 of us saw it, so it has to be here.
No.
It might have gone invisible like the other blocks.
The whole ship.
That doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense, but maybe.
Damn.
Yummy mummy.
At least we can get some more shulkers out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna be all
fuck.
shulked up, bro.
Scoot's making me
Any
drink.
shulkers in chat?
Can I get a shulker in chat?
What
Can I get a good old shulk?
the frick that
Shulky
patty
shulk?
whack?
Give a
We
dog a
literally
bone.
No, for real. For real, give a dog a bone because I literally saw it. I literally saw it.
Wee.
Oh, there's chest over there.
No, if we don't
Not
find it,
anymore. It's empty.
this is no.
Oop. Are you gonna cry?
No,
Are you
I'm
gonna
like,
cry like a bitch, baby?
your mom's a bitch, baby. Listen, because I'm never wrong. Okay,
Yeah, you are.
I'm never
You are
wrong.
literally illiterate.
But I'm never wrong. I'm never.
Listen, I may not be
Yeah,
able
but
to
what about a
read,
clock?
but I'm not wrong.
Oh, hi, Sil. Welcome back. We've been talking about things like banana dick lore.
When it gets
And
mushy,
being
you get a new
illiterate.
one.
Yeah.
Easy.
This hurts. This
Easy
hurts so much.
dub.
Oh my lord.
Whee!
Oh my goodness gracious.
I love spiral
Oh my goodness.
staircases.
This is about to hurt so
I
much.
love not being able to maneuver through places because I'm too tall.
Who did this?
Whew. Sil, is this what it's like to be tall in real life?
Play Jenna Marbles as I want to be tall.
Yes. I wanna be tall. I wanna be 7 inches taller.
Wow.
My chests, you pervert. These are my chests.
Not anymore.
Meanie.
I took
Girl.
everything.
You're so mean.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Again.
Horse armor. Ooh, spoon.
Oh fuck.
Spoon.
Spoons.
Hello,
I need to
floaty
make some
McFloaty
spoons.
man.
Nick.
Maybe when I'm really tired. Need me some spoons.
Haha! I kill Floaty McFloaty Man.
Ooh.
1. I need to kill Floaty McFloaty Man 2.
Numero dos.
He just fucking disappeared for me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
disappeared
they
from me too.
teleport.
Oh, he's
I
outside.
didn't know they could
the fucker.
fucking do that.
Sorry. Shulk show.
I am hitting my
Whoa!
head everywhere, so I'm too tall. I wanna be tall. I wanna be 7 inches tall. Not canon. Fuck that. That's not possible in canon. I wanna be 7 inches taller by the new year. I love Jenna
Going down
Marbles'
to
New Year
August.
goal of being
How do
7
you
inches
pick up
taller.
an chest?
It
You
will
mine it
break
with like a
into
diamond
obsidian.
pickaxe.
It'll break into obsidian, but the way to get it back is a ender eye and blaze powder.
Wow. Nice.
I
You
just do
can-
silk touch pickaxe.
Yeah, silk touch works, but like, you know.
Don't wear those. Wear those.
Oh yeah, he does become a mom.
Mommy.
I'm talking to Scoot about a manga I recommended to him.
Mommy. Hey, yo, mom.
He becomes a mom to a demon thing. A dragon demon thing. It's really cute. Which one of you bitches is meowing?
Do you know that? Who do you think? The cat. But do you know that song? It's my favorite.
Unsurprisingly.
Wait,
Where are you guys?
We play it on the radio 24/7 at the Kingdom.
I'm
Nice.
on my way down.
All right, the other one's literally 300 blocks away. If you guys are ready.
Hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everybody-
we
everybody
did
here?
go the wrong way then.
Yeah.
someone?
I don't want
That's
that.
I figured out we did, but like we still saw it, so that's weird.
We still saw a
Stop
shit.
picking up my garbage. I'm trying to litter,
No.
goddammit.
That's just better than my own shit.
Where's 8?
Oh.
God damn it,
No.
Well.
Tisk tisk.
Thanks.
Oh, but I do love that he doesn't have to do
Wait,
the whole,
my
you know,
stuff is still over.
pregnancy.
Go get it.
What?
Fetch.
The whole what? Why are you talking about pregnancy?
The manga
Pregnant.
I'm reading has technically mpreg, but also not.
What the fuck?
Because he's like pregnant for like 2 days, and he doesn't even like birth it, it just comes out of his body. And then it's an egg. And then the egg hatch. And it's a dragon demon. Go ahead and quote it. The manga's pretty good though, y'all. It's got some good plot.
I'm gonna get a pillow for my chair, because my
And some
butt
quote
hurts.
unquote plot.
I'm very tall.
You ever just
now.
like do the gay hand posture so you can like crack your joints?
Why is 8 taking forever?
I don't know.
Maybe because he died.
Oh my god.
I forgot about that line.
What line?
Glad to be part of the Mpreg Club.
Oh, word?
The
Congrats.
main character is what's called a Fudanshi, which is a guy
Oh, I
who's
know.
interested in reading BL.
Hooray!
And
Wait.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
hold on. What are you talking about? Like what main character to what?
It's summoning a BL fan to another universe, or was it another another world?
Anime or manga or something?
Manga.
Manga. Gotcha.
It's a really good manga.
Love that.
I knew I
Alright.
should have put
His
falling
dragon
on.
husband's really nice, and I love him a lot.
Dragon
Anyway.
this dick.
Truly.
But my favorite character is the tiger's husband.
Have
Have you seen
Oh,
have you
but
seen
Oh no, we were delusional. Whoopsies.
Delulu.
No, but literally I saw it closer than this. We weren't delusional. Don't
Yeah.
don't sell
Yeah.
yourself. No, listen. We saw what we saw.
Delusions.
We were
Ooh,
the
you were a little
voices.
delulu.
no, we were tricked.
Tricked
You're
and lied to.
Okay.
What the fuck? What'd you call?
I'm
me?
going up.
No, I'm calling Scoot Cake. He's being gay in my chat.
Oh, okay.
Reach for the sky.
Ooh, I love when my blacks just all turn invisible for a second.
So fun.
So fun. You good, August?
Yep.
No. Sorry. You started catching up with me, right?
No, I need this elytra more than you do. You
Oh,
already
yeah, I'm
have
gonna
the
get it.
elytra.
I don't have blocks
okay.
anymore.
Just because
L.
Okay. Doesn't make it any less gay. I don't care if I said something
Come here.
first. It's still gay.
I'm not gonna talk about
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Hey-oh.
you're still there first because I'm just following your path now.
Yeah, I know. Yo.
Yo, I don't got no way to protect myself against this shoulder. Well, I guess I got blocks. Hey, August.
What?
Can you put down some water?
We all
For
be
some
using
reason.
August for the water.
Thank you.
Got any good loot?
There's a heat protection test plate. And one with protection 4 and thorns 2.
Hmm.
Ooh. White tour, please.
What? Elytra for you?
White tour,
Woo
yeah.
woo.
Enjoy.
Thank you. I can become a ladybug now. I just have to rename this later.
I still got to get one, but that's
You should
okay.
probably throw it into your ender chest.
Yeah,
Just 'cause
my
Oh!
sugar.
I did
Oh,
that
I
with
don't
my
have an
house
ender
square.
chest.
There's one in here, and I have one at home if you wanna keep it safe.
I'm going down.
It's gonna be in the main building, right? Not on the
Yes.
ship.
Yeah. I could have
more
sworn there was
circles.
on the ship once, but apparently not, so.
There might have been in like a specific server or something.
Maybe. Or just like, I'm insane.
Blah.
I feel like I'm insane is pretty accurate, though.
Insane in the membrane.
Yeah.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the brain.
Way August.
Hello.
Way August.
Hello.
Hey
Oh.
August.
Hello.
Hey August.
Hello.
Hey August.
Hey.
Hi-oh.
Help.
Hi Ray.
Hey.
Hi Ray.
Hey.
The bottom of your shulker looks like a cinnamon roll.
Nice.
Looks so yummy. I might eat it.
In my tummy.
Yummy, yummy.
Eat a
Yummy,
shulker
yummy.
box.
yummy,
Hey, honeybee, how's it
yummy.
going?
You should have a best friend too.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
If you got that reference, you're old.
Hey. Nuh-uh. I'm the youngest here.
He's so yummy, yummy. You should have a best friend too. Best friend. Tickles in my tummy.
Anyway.
Ugh.
Blah.
Ugh. Where's the ender chest?
I don't know. Hi, August.
Hello.
I think Levi stole the ender chest like a prankster.
Levi, how could you do that to me? Ugh. It's alright.
You're about to be bit.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Bitch. But I got an iron sword now. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Bitch, why are you so fucking fast, though?
He said need for speed, bitch.
He's dead now.
Nice.
No.
Oh,
Nope.
okay.
Oh.
I lied.
What a liar.
Create a
Now they are.
False sense of security.
They're
Yeah.
both dead now.
Woo.
Hot.
Woo.
My legs are all stuck together.
Ligma.
Same.
Not ligma.
Ligma balls.
Nuh-uh.
Suck my.
Nuh-uh.
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 Nuh-uh. I steal your shit.
Don't call me a
I
girl.
didn't do anything, I just opened it.
I don't open it. Whoa.
No.
Oh.
Uh-uh.
I don't open yours.
Careful, I'm putting all my shit in here.
I know.
I gave you an ender dragon head.
Thanks.
Hey, yo! I
Gave him
want one.
head.
What? No?
Oh,
Give me
okay,
my
okay.
shoulder!
I picked yours up, sorry.
How many shells everyone
Thank
have?
you.
And
I have
I have
one.
8.
0.
I have 10.
I gave
and-
my 2 to,
One right here.
8.
So.
Wow, you look so
Okay,
handsome
you
in
have
that. It definitely isn't half your size.
I know, it's
That
hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
Hold on. I threw one to Crane. Did you pick it up?
No, I have it now.
I threw
Okay,
it back.
37, 9.
Oh, I didn't notice you have like earrings.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, he's had them the whole time.
Alright, you guys ready for the next one?
Listen.
My knee.
Next
Yes.
one.
Okay, let's go.
Always.
Oh,
Don't die.
Yeah.
You've got like 3 Endermen following you.
Levi, you've gotta run.
I'm running.
It's the end of the world.
No, this
It's
is
the end of the world as
That
we
was
know
good.
it.
Ooh.
I don't know why I'm so
Hey,
sing-songy
there's a
Hey,
today.
look,
Really
it's
cool
right
this one
here,
guy.
and there's a gateway right here, so we can get back whenever we need
Yay.
to. That's awesome.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Sorry.
Conveniency.
Conveniency.
Ah, fuck.
It's convenient.
The Enderman train.
Oh, fuck.
Don't say that.
Trains or fuck?
Enderman train fuck.
Wow.
Ah! Why'd he pick up my dirt?
Where'd he go?
Man's. Please.
Did he die?
He's down there.
Yeah, get his ass. Nice.
Alright,
He's dead.
Let's bounce. We out this bitch.
Sorry about that.
Nice.
Sometimes you just gotta involuntarily whistle while your entire body spasms. Involuntarily.
Stimming! Woohoo!
Or is it?
That's not stimming,
the
that's
other one.
ticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that!
Stimming is more voluntary.
Oh, it is?
It can be
Yeah.
suppressed.
Oh, then I have a lot more ticks than I
Well,
thought I did.
ticks can be suppressed, but then it explodes.
Yeah,
yeah,
ticks
I
hurt a lot
explode
more to
quite-
suppress than it hurts to suppress a stim.
That's, yeah. Okay.
But no, ticks
I'm
are
learning.
involuntary
This is
movement and
huge.
noise making.
Oh.
Stims are a release of emotion and yeah.
Yeah, I have a habit of, one of our main ticks is
Yeah.
forcefully closing
August. Frick you.
Hee hee.
I was ender pearling my way up here.
What can I say? I'm just that good.
Did you already get this? Oh, no, I'm getting this freaking dragon. Fuck you. You're done.
What?
Ah! Let me down! 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 Get me the fuck down!
Oh my fucking god! I'm gonna. Oh my god. I'm gonna scream. That was so funny. Ah.
I killed another one.
Yeah.
I'm so good at this, you guys.
Whoa.
Ah!
Oh.
Rawr.
Ah!
I killed the one at the top of this weird staircase.
I'm scared.
Me when I'm a weird staircase in
So
chat.
true. Wait, hold on.
Me when I scrimble.
I love
My
purple.
scrimpress.
When you swing low, do you wobble to the flow?
Do you wobble to and fro?
I don't know the rest of the words.
Fun fact, that's not a great song
I don't.
with its origins.
I don't doubt that.
Isn't it balls?
Do you
No,
have
No.
your
slave.
ears hang
It's
from-
slaves. And
And
black
then it-
people.
It's
Well,
racism.
Oh.
Then, but
Yeah.
then, like, there's a remake of it that's about your balls.
Yep.
I prefer the balls version.
I prefer
Yeah.
balls.
Yeah.
I think we all
I know.
prefer the balls.
I love balls.
balls.
Are you guys all done?
All done.
Yeah.
Okay,
I got
well,
one shulker shell.
Daddy, all done.
I'm
Daddy,
gone.
all done.
Daddy, all done.
Where are we going?
Bye-bye.
Why is there a green shulker?
Do you have better vanilla on?
Yeah.
That's why.
You want head?
Hey, you've got two different Endermen following you right now.
I just stole head from a crane.
August.
Why?
Oh, wow.
Why?
Homosexual. Nothing. I was calling August gay.
Ah, yeah, probably.
August is kind of gay. I mean, they married a man.
Yeah.
And they themselves.
And I
Being
do it
gay,
again.
I mean, I'm literally having sex with.
I
a
don't
man
think
right
you
now.
would do it again, frankly.
Wait, you are? Can I see?
No, I would.
Uh,
Because I just said I would.
Yeah, but
it's like renewing your vows.
Yeah. Also,
There's also,
polyamory
yeah, I was about to
exists.
say.
I guess.
there's also divorce.
My mom did that a few times.
Oh,
Yeah, my dog did that once.
my parents were unfortunately together
Mm, I don't
canonically.
know my dad.
You are my dad. You're my dad.
You're my
Boogie,
dad.
woogie, woogie.
Woogie woogie. Okay, hear me out. A TikTok of that, but it's just me and Blitz.
Everyone.
Everyone. Apparently, I'm just everyone's dad. I mean, it makes sense.
You're a lot like a father figure to everyone.
Yeah, I just go fishing with everyone.
You
and
remind me of-
I,
you
I
remind me of an
work on
uncle.
projects.
You're my uncle now.
Okay. But at least that explains why I'm in this family.
Yeah,
I'm just Eight's uncle.
You don't want
I
that.
rounded
Stop
a corner and there
bitching.
was
I don't know
Shulkies.
why I'm here. That's the
Yeesh.
great question.
Oh, you don't need to know.
What?
You're friends with Eight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was originally here until he decided I'm his uncle.
Yeah.
It was Eight's friends, August, and August's husband.
All I can imagine is August inviting me to a dinner and I just bring you guys along like, come on guys, come with me. We're friends. Hee.
Ah,
You ever just blub?
yeah.
I know you guys can't really see it because I wear my mask, but I just blubbed right now.
Nice.
Yeah,
Hey,
relatable.
so,
I keep doing that.
Oh, sorry.
I do it, but it's because dog.
I do it because
Sometimes
kinda silly.
kind of dog, I think. I don't know. I do have ears and a tail, but I still don't know what
No,
I'm
you're
supposed
just
to
a
know with
furry.
that.
Fox, I bet. How else would
Did my parents genetically engineer me to be a furry?
Yeah.
Hey
Gosh,
guys.
I
You didn't
hate
know
when
that?
happens.
So no head?
Put your damn head away.
No.
Where your clothes at?
Oh.
Wait.
You can't. Hold
What?
on, let me.
Oh my god, no,
Go
I was
down.
just watching a show where someone's. No, wait, I know what it was. It wasn't a show. It was a webtoon. But anyways, like his clothes
Ugh.
just like disappear the next comic, and I'm like, why did
Where
no
you
one make
close
that
it?
joke? Yeah, why? Like
Close
no
it.
one took advantage of making that joke, and I was so sad. Wait, you
What?
close it.
What joke?
The way you close it.
Fuck!
Oh, yeah.
Did none of you bring Silk Touch? Is that why you're not taking these, or do you just not care?
No, I have Silk Touch. I
don't
just
care.
do not care.
I don't have
Oh.
Taking what?
Silk Touch.
Well,
I
Ender
need one, but I don't
chests.
have Silk
Oh.
Touch.
I don't have
will
silk touch.
give
Hi,
you-
Uggy.
I
Hello.
give you. Whoever, if you find them, I will give.
I was changing my music.
Ah,
Yeah.
yep, we've got
Hi.
tunes.
Hello.
You got tunes?
I do got tunes.
You got tunes.
This is a tiny little.
You got music on your phone? It's like you got games on your phone, but for autistic people.
So true.
Which are
Yeah.
tunes?
Oh my god, I died. I didn't die. I just.
No.
I'm dramatic.
Drama.
Listen.
You
Sea
your
to
mom.
the rain.
There we go.
Have you
Oh.
ever seen the
Hi, Crane.
Hi.
I wanna know. Now my foot's gonna fall asleep.
Imagine having working legs and feet. For a second, when you put your head up, it looks like you're a dark bunny. Yeah, it looks like a little bunny.
Aw, teehee. So,
I just love you just keeping your head like that.
so,
Yeah.
Okay, people.
the fuck landed on my chest and it disappeared.
Whoa.
Oh,
Okay.
who the oh, get out! Get out!
Me when I have someone in my house.
What are you doing in there? What are you doing? What? Where your mom at? What are you doing? Get out! Get out of there!
Why do you
Get
have
out
Purr in here?
I just picked it up on accident and put it in. You could take that. You could take like the armor. I don't want that. I don't want it. I just want head and I want shoulder. And gold is nice. Do you want? If you want to ender chest, take one of those. That's fine. And then I don't know who didn't get an elytra, Crane.
Yeah, I got
See
my
why?
electro.
Do you want one?
I don't need one, but it would be nice to have.
You can have the one I got.
Okay.
I canonically
Yippee!
don't.
Where are you?
I'm down here on
We're
the
at the
bridge.
top.
I'm so sorry. Didn't sleep.
Where are
I didn't eat
you?
tonight.
Where are you?
I need someone and always.
Hello. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, I accidentally set off the emos.
Yeah, blah, blah,
I just
yeah, blah, 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 blah.
so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't really need.
Would
the
you like
rest.
4 empty bowls?
Did everyone get everything that they
Wha-
wanted?
Yep.
Because the
Yeah.
next
Wha-
few are really far. I
Motherfucker.
think we should just go
Wha-
back to where that
Yeah, I
thing was.
yeah.
What thing? The portal
The-
thingy?
Yeah,
the
ma'am.
portal, yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of the last ones, right?
We can go
It'll
home.
be-
Yeah, it was the one before this one.
Okay.
Ah,
Let's go!
Come on, vamonos.
Everybody, let's go.
no.
I hear an
Away.
angry Enderman.
Wait.
A wee mo way, a
Probably
wee mo
pissed
way.
me off again.
Babe.
Oh,
babe,
they're back.
You the fall damage thing,
What?
not sexually transmitted.
I
No.
was bucketing.
Oh.
My hands are so cold,
Did
guys.
you forget the bucket?
No, I'm still learning.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Are we in the corners now?
Hi.
Hey.
Arr.
I don't know. I can't do that.
You can't roll your R's.
Arr.
Haha.
I can. I have this thing called a speech impediment.
I could be
Oh, whoa.
the but no window bar. No window bar.
Try.
Hi.
Hello.
You ever want to sound like a bird? Just have
Always.
ticks.
Whoa!
No.
I don't know how I even do that whistle.
Bird.
Fun
Sorry.
thing about ticks and what differentiates them from stims mainly is that you can do things that you
feels
normally
like a
can't do on
sneeze.
command.
It feels like a sneeze.
It does also feel like a sneeze, but like you'll be able to do stuff you can't do on command. Like I can't really do certain whistles on command, but I can do them when I tick.
Sorry.
Leave guy.
Let's go.
I am
Where,
tired.
where everyone at? Where you guys? Come on, hurry up.
I'm at the bottom.
Yeah, you are a bottom.
No.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I
what?
thought we were waiting for August, so I didn't know
I thought
that they
so
were
too.
back yet.
August is on a roll.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Woo.
Where did we come from?
Alright, 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 alright. Okay, now ladies. Yeah.
What's cooler than being cool?
Ice
Ice
cold.
cold.
I said, what's cooler than being cool?
Being cool.
Ice
Ice
cold.
cold.
Also, I have I have wood for the what's it
Oh.
called? The thingy.
Chest?
No, for the
trapdoor?
yeah, that
Oh,
one.
shit.
Good job.
Yeah, that's kind of important.
That's
I
a
forgot
ship.
about how we
That's
need
a
to
boat.
be one
Look
block
at this
tall.
boat.
That's
up
a
here.
goat.
That's not a
What's
goat.
a goat?
It's a boat. Silly goose.
That's a gobe.
No, it's a boat.
That's a gobstopper.
Silly goose.
What?
No,
You
it's
didn't
not.
even know what a G is.
Wait.
That's a
Is
grain
that-
of rice.
That's a
Oh,
bomb.
there it is.
Oh, fuck.
What?
We about to explode?
Okay, 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 okay,
Okay,
okay,
okay,
okay,
okay.
okay.
Alright. That's a bit of a tongue twister.
Hold on.
Wait, how did? I don't get it.
I want to venture with my friends. I'm not gonna
We're going on a bit in
Pause,
our
pause.
favorite slip and step.
I don't have a cell phone.
Before entering the theater, please silence all cell phones.
I'm not allowed to have a cell phone.
Loser.
Hey, what's
I
up?
think I'm gonna end up spawning back at spawn.
Hello.
Oh, well, there's a portal there at least.
It's
Yeah.
cooler than being cold.
It's good.
And then we'll be at the main spawn. I need to
I think
put on
I
my
slept at
umbrella so I
like the
don't
last
die
the last pit stop.
I refuse
yeah.
to sleep.
I slept in my on my normal.
Peace out, suckers.
Woo! Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody to call my own. And just like that, I'm home.
Heck, you can make an umbrella.
I will find something.
Thank you. Ah! I put my umbrella in my end chest. Like an idiot.
I put my umbrella in my enchilada.
Put that there.
No,
Oh,
guys,
August, I
Ha.
have an idea for your build.
Uh-huh.
we don't have 3
But-
leather.
Damn. But it requires
Oh, we
some
have 2.
assistance from Cool.
It's okay. Come with me.
I'm coming with you.
I'm coming.
I'm not personally.
Ta-da.
You have to breed them.
My inventory is full. I don't have wheat.
Hold on. Never mind. I thought they were normal cows.
No.
Give me a moment. I will be back.
Okay.
got a helmet.
I got a
Yeah,
rock.
I constantly forget hats can work. And helmets
hats
work.
can work?
Yeah, I forget because I don't wear them because they get damaged. I'm not like half.
Where do they work? A
with this
clothing
one.
store?
Oh.
What do you
Ha, ha,
mean?
ha.
I have... wait.
Weak bee.
Oh, my...
I was
Bones.
wondering why I wasn't taking sun damage. And hey, there's an ender chest here, and I can just
Oh,
Yeah.
get my shulker. And I
stretching.
can get my umbrella.
Skibbing.
What?
I'm
Thank
not
you.
gonna eat them, so.
Excuse me.
Wow.
Yeah. So, that was a fun family trip.
Mm-hmm.
I
Where
love
we
family
established
trips.
that I am in fact family.
Tell
Wait,
Levi to come here.
Little guy,
that I'm
come
awesome.
here.
Does anybody want potions or anything?
I have lots of instant potions.
Guys, I can spell so
good.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Show me some of
Yes.
that.
To be fair, Levi is illiterate, but he can text, and that's because he's using voice to speak text. And
What a good
Slow
moment
falling,
for them
swiftness,
to
and
have
healing.
messaged.
So
Yes.
slow falling, swiftness, and
Hi.
healing is all I have. Hi.
He can read our text with a text-to-speech thing, like a text reader.
Real.
Hello.
That's why he's always been texting us, because
Mhm.
remember, it's canon that the chat's
I can
text or sign.
Change.
Mm-hmm.
You ever just want to do that, like when what's it called, frat boy move, where you just bite your lip and then you do the hand
Always.
sign? And when you're back in your
Constantly.
little Sunday best.
Yeah. Because it's too warm here.
I forgot about what this dress was again.
Haha, Venus.
To be fair, I've been
Which
talking
one
about
are
yellow
you,
dicks, and there's one right
fuckers?
here.
Playing with
Goddamn.
my box. Stop playing with my boxes.
I want to dye
These
my
are
box, but I don't know what color yet.
My boxes.
My boxes.
My boxes.
Ah!
Truly.
Sorry, if you couldn't tell, I'm a bit tired. I think
No.
death took a lot out of me, so I may have to go sleep.
Word.
I may go into a little coma.
Igby.
Just a small one. As a little treat.
Ugh.
If you guys need me, like, there's ways to wake me up.
That makes sense.
I don't like the way you said that. There's ways to wake me up.
There is! I don't really have alarm clocks, because those don't exist here.
How many shulkers did you end up with?
I think I'll have around 4.
It's usually half of what you have at the moment.
No, I'm delusional. I'll have 3.
Yeah.
How
I
many
say
you
4
have?
because I thought I had like 4 shulker shells.
I do
and I
have
already
stuff
had
to make blue
2
dye.
shulker
things.
boxes.
I can get people dyes if they want them.
Don't die, people.
People dies.
I have a bunch
That's
of
a little
flowers and stuff, and I
fucked.
think I have some lapis still, so I should be good. Good wants me to dye my shulker blue.
Guy Ben.
Nice.
Alright. Don't stop.
Whose sugar box is this?
I just gave you one.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not gonna steal your belt because stealing is wrong.
Please don't. That's the last thing I have of Dirty. R.I.P. Dirty. I love you.
Oh, what's your horse's name, August?
I colored my shulker
Uh,
boxes.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
cute.
I don't think I named my horse. I know that my llama's name is
Yeah.
Patooey.
This one's blank.
Yeah,
You guys-
Scoot tried to say it was named Patootie, but I was like, no,
Did
there's
any
no second
obscure
T.
colors?
No. Patooey,
What?
because he spits.
I think I'm gonna do my new one red. And I think
Okay, I have
might
plenty
have
of
red.
These are mine.
I'm willing to take.
Oh my
red
god,
dye.
we did the same color palette.
I love your wings. Oh, I need
so
a.
cute, actually.
What was the name for the ladybug one again?
Oh wait.
Probably
Oh!
Ladybug Elytra.
Oh, your wings look so good.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. We literally got
Give me a
8's wings
moment.
back.
Mhm.
I love it.
It's better vanilla, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That makes all my accidental deaths so worth it.
I have to pull it up on Google real quick because I know I had it because I was looking at the armor sets.
What are you doing?
Better vanilla building armor names,
Oh my god.
armors and items.
They're so cute.
Wow. Wait, crouch again. I want to see
Elytras.
them go out. Ah!
Ladybug Elytra. Okay, it is just Ladybug Elytra.
Hold on.
Then I have to start farming creepers now.
Hell yeah! You guys, look, I'm a
Oh,
little
that's
ladybug.
so cute!
Oh, that's adorable.
Hold on, I'm not looking. I want to see. Okay, show me.
It's in your basement. That's so cool. I like the double, like the
Yeah.
Yeah, because ladybugs have a little outer shell and then they have their wings.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
But I figured it would
Ooh.
suit me because
Thank
I'm
you,
from
Kaz, for the
plains,
follow.
and
Very much
plains are full
appreciated.
of
Welcome to the
little
crew.
ladybugs
How
and
you doing?
creatures.
Okay, now we do.
Mushroom look
My
at this.
My
This one.
Optifine cape is the mycelia
We'll do
flag,
this one.
Nice.
Mhm.
just without the purple at the bottom.
My
Where do
boxes.
Where do I find the name of the wing?
Careful.
What do you mean?
They
Where
don't
do I-
have it listed out on the website, but
Oh, but I have a website with all their listed. Hold on. I can...
Oh yeah. Can
yeah,
you
they
send
have a server.
Yeah, send in the group chat,
The
please.
server annoys me. Can you send the website?
Yeah, I'm gonna send the link to the group chat because I was looking at the armors and stuff. So
Thank you.
it's just got a list of all the armor
Oh,
names and then the.
That's so much better. Love it.
Whoa!
All my sets.
Let me open that shit.
The shrooms.
Whoa.
Ah,
But that's how I found out about the Ladybug Elytra. Because I was just trying to look at the armor sets. Because I wanted to
look at the
look
little
the-
bee elytra. It's so silly looking.
The
yeah,
glass,
I liked
that's
it, but I
real
was
funny.
like, no, that's gotta be funny and honey.
Void elytra looks so sick.
Is
Sorry, I
the
was
fire
really
one
close to
just
my
called
mic.
fire?
Fire and soul fire, yeah.
Mhm.
It's just called fire? Okay. Hold on.
Oh, fuck. What one should I do?
That didn't work.
Oh, you have to.
Do you
have
have
to
better
elytra
vanilla?
After it.
What?
Oh yeah,
I have to
it
add...
needs to be.
Elytra after it.
Yeah.
Oh.
The void one looks really cool.
And then it'll show
does.
up in the thing.
Okay.
Who was asking earlier what elytra they should have?
Me.
August just asked, but I don't know if that's.
I feel
I
like
have
Skulk
fire.
or Void.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Do the
Skulk or
sculpt
Void
one.
for August.
I
Okay.
actually might go with the soul fire.
Yeah. Soulfire's good.
Oh, what a pretty princesses. Their little wings. I'm gonna read out my stream because I am tired and I want my goddamn pizza.
That's fine. Good night, Roy.
Good night.
What's up?
What
I'm
up?
still working on reading it out, so I'm gonna be
Okay,
excited.
like, look at my wings.
Hell yeah! Yeah, they kind of look like ice wings now.
Yeah.
Yippee!
What are the names for these?
They're
On the
just
website,
the
Silly
name of
Goose.
it and then Elytra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sent
And
the
then,
link
like,
that has
If
all
With
you're
a
of
doing
them.
like a
space?
tool,
Yeah, with
Okay.
a space.
and I think capitalized. If you're doing a tool or armor, you just put like
Mhm.
the name of it and then like helmet or whatever it is. So like honey. I'm trying to find an axe. That I like.
Whoa!
Do the lineup.
We're gonna
Let me see.
read
Hot.
into
Do
Percy.
the good old grouch.
Hot. You guys are so cool. So cool.
Hee hee.
I'm kind of
But wait.
I kind of want to do.
Yo. Look.
Yeah.
Ooh, frosty.
Oh.
Did
See,
Levi
I
get
was-
a set on Electra?
I didn't,
Okay, I switched it up.
but I didn't really want one, so.
Were
Fair.
we talking about like a war at some point?
Yeah,
Yes.
we might do that.
Yeah.
I have unenchanted armor sets for everyone.
Ooh.
If that
Ooh.
ever happens. So
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
anything
Y'all.
happens, just let me know.
Oh,
And I'll have everything custom.
A new axe.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
we
I
got
have
the
new
most
armor that I
stylish
can change to name to fit some
war
stuff.
people.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, I forgot there's armor.
There's
Argmer.
tons of mushroom stuff. You're lucky.
Okay.
I don't
I
like
am
it.
done streaming now.
No.
Well, that's fair, but you're still lucky because there's nothing jungle.
I think the armor set that I,
I think
made
this.
for you.
I think this.
Ooh,
That-
crimson.
The snow one. For my
Mhm.
like, what's it called? My chest plate or boot.
I want to go to war as Santa.
I bet you would.
I'm probably just gonna wear my normal outfit
That's
and then
fair.
whatever armor he has.
The ruby and cobalt ones
Y'all.
look like Mandalorians, and I love it.
Right? That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I have
I'm so
icy-
gay.
Oh! Sorry, my headphones are dying.
I love the snow set. It just looks like you got snowed on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's so funny.
I like the druid hat.
Yeah, that's.
Just
what I
I
was
drop a
thinking.
file streaming might
This
chat,
is
but
like
not.
mine,
I'm not
but
sure yet.
otherwise-
All right. Well, thank you either way, Kaz.
Yeah. There we go. Now my headset's on its charger.
Woo.
Ooh.
How'd you get the crown?
It's my
Uh,
helmet renamed to just
Yeah.
crown.
Oh.
Hold
Or
on.
you can do any ore in front of it. That's how I got my
Yeah.
emerald crown.
I've just got a normal one, like 8.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I got her the emerald for the jungle.
It did not.
Angel. You could go just as Santa, yeah. Why
Ooh,
does
that
the
looks
Skulk
good.
set look more like a scuba diver than the scuba set?
Nice.
Hmm.
Oh, the crown thing kind of matched.
Somebody told me.
Oh, I can't have a crown.
Your
Oh, got a diamond
my
helmet.
blue
Oh.
crown thing kind of matches. Amulet you have.
Oh, my amulet. Thanks.
I'm gonna cheat
I
for a
don't like
second.
my axe anymore. I'm changing it.
What?
I really like it's too fancy.
I'm giving myself enough levels so that I can rename my Elytra, because I kind of want to try for the fire.
I have levels. And I have XP machines. Farms.
Machinations.
Mechanisms.
The inner mechanism.
Hmm. Oh,
Cobalt, ruby, nova.
You
None
broke
of these
it.
are good.
Get going, you broke it.
Yeah, no, they
Wait.
broke the anvil.
It's okay, I'm making another one.
I was just looking at sets.
You're
Set
making me
what?
upset.
What'd you say?
What'd you say about my set?
My set.
I really like the wings you have, Dave.
Thanks.
Oh my god. August. Our wings.
Bestie.
They're
They're up?
they're opposite.
Oh, opposite. Cute.
Everyone got their little wings ready. I'm a giant ladybug, and not just like more than a normal ladybug. I'm a giant ladybug.
I'm like
That terrifies me.
I'm an especially special ladybug.
Yeah,
I hate ladybugs. They scare me. And
Did I know this about you?
please, no. I don't. I'm not scared of ladybugs. I don't like them because my house as a child always used to get infested with them, and I don't like it. I don't like them. Don't like them one bit. No.
So 8 got his prosthetics, and then we all copied him.
Mine
I know,
are
I'm
clip
just
on.
such a trendsetter.
Don't make my prosthetic your aesthetic. Yo.
I can do a little glide.
Wait,
I can
with
get
this-
into places.
With this outfit, because I have such high boots, it looks like I just came in from the snow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cute.
It looks like you're wearing a
Silly.
cape and the cape got covered.
Oh, nice.
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 Noise. No
Might-
ice.
Might switch. No, there is plenty of ice.
Moist.
Nice. I might actually switch over to this fit for the summer months, cause surprise, it actually does get warmer in my area.
Like we could go swimming.
No,
No.
but warm enough that you don't need a massive fucking coat.
That's
Oh
fair.
yeah, I have a really cute dress at home for summer.
Ooh.
I also have a cute dress at home for summer, but I'm afraid to wear it because it shows off all my wounds.
Oh yeah. That's fair.
Well,
It's-
we all know what our scars are now. We talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
always
have,
show mine off anyway.
No one has
Yeah.
ever seen mine, except for me.
Yeah. The
Don't
best days
harass
are during
them.
True.
What you are.
You look like a child next to them.
Hey.
They look like a child next to you.
Yeah, it literally looks like daddy and baby. Oh shit.
This is why I'm father to everyone.
Oh
Keep
shit.
calm.
Please, eight, please.
Me too, Kaz. Fucking love it.
That reminds me of when Scoot
Unse,
was just flipping
unse.
bananas at
Yep.
me.
Even, but I guess that's just moss for you.
Yeah.
I want to eat moss.
Unsi, unsi, that's nice.
I think there are some kinds of edible moss.
Mhm.
Moss.
Magb.
I want to eat grass.
I mean,
Why don't you?
Oh, Spanish moss.
So
specifically, it
ironically
is,
enough,
Moss can't
Spanish
speak
moss.
Spanish.
I was about to
I'm
say that's
allergic to
Levi's favorite.
grass.
I love
Yeah.
Spanish moss.
It's edible. It's
Salivating.
edible.
Oh my god. I've
You
never
can
tried
eat
to
it.
eat it.
You can
'cause
eat it.
It just is so hot.
Crane, do you have creepers?
Also, actually, most edible mosses are not actually moss. They're a type of flowering plant that looks like moss.
I'm a flowering plant.
There. I switched my
Will we
sword
get to
'cause-
see you flower?
No.
Oh.
What?
Not
Wait,
even
hold
at the
on a
summer
second.
event.
Oh,
Who's
Yeah, not
flowering?
even at summer
Me,
solstice?
apparently. My
Wait, are
flower
you
a
going
little
through
bit.
puberty or something?
No!
Puberty.
Flowering
That would
is not-
explain
You would
your
know
short
anything about
stature.
that.
I know
Hey.
plenty
Hasn't hit
about
that
it.
growth spurt yet.
When I hit puberty, my banana.
I can, like, bird dab on you again now. Whoa.
Yeah, you don't even want to know. You don't even want to know.
Whoa. I don't think I do, actually.
I'm glad I stopped streaming.
I think I will pass on knowing about that one.
I need to
is
go.
amazing.
I need to go bathroom and I need to eat my food.
Then go.
It was fun having family dinner with you guys.
Yeah.
Can't wait for
Me
another
too.
family dinner. I love you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go fishing.
This has
Yay,
actually
fishing.
really
Me, you,
fun.
and Crane need to go
Mhm.
fishing.
Yeah.
Yes, we should set up
Plan?
Date?
Yeah.
a day, like a day to do.
Like a date
Yeah, date.
with
And-
dinner?
Yeah.
As long
Oh,
as
some
you guys tell me
candlelight?
ahead of time, I'm always free. I'm free for all my children.
Sounds
and
like a
nephews
date.
And nieces.
It's not a
and nibblings.
date.
I don't know about you, but it sounds like a date to me.
Yeah, I
It's
don't know.
only a date if Ray leaves, and that won't happen.
Well, I mean, if Ray gets a date, then that's a double date right there.
Yeah.
That's a date.
We just gotta get ready to
I
date.
have a date in my head always.
There you go.
aware.
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly. Ray's got too many voices. It's like a triple date.
Yeah.
Quadruple
Yeah.
date,
Double
probably.
date.
My goodness.
Yeah. I got voices in my head and they won't shut the fuck up.
I believe it.
It's a date.
It's a
No.
fishing trip.
It's
Yeah.
a fishing trip.
Their hands are touching.
Sorry about the screen. They're a little weird.
Yeah, we like
Yeah.
gay people.
Just kiss
No, you
already.
don't.
Yeah, for
What?
real.
I'm going.
What?
home.
Man, the nerve of some people.
I'm-
Yeah.
Imagine.
I paid
I-
good money for this show.
You don't
Ray-
have any money to pay.
Ray's homophobic.
You're just sneaking around.
It looks so funny.
It literally looks like a bird
look like
that's
a
like
little
crouched
bug.
over.
No, you're like a little crow, just
You're-
Quick,
moving around.
skitter.
Moving.
I'm a pigeon. Excuse you.
Walk. Wait,
Bagok.
Pigeons don't make that noise.
should they?
Oh,
That's pigeon noise.
it's
Oh
cooing
yeah,
at
I
you.
learned that from Miraculous.
Have you never seen a pigeon before?
Oh, I'm from New York.
Oh,
I've
I've
seen
seen
plenty,
a pigeon, alright.
But what does that mean? What have you
That-
What have you seen?
When you like to
What?
know weather, boy.
Oh,
Whoa.
you're so right. There's so much weather in the jungle, man. It's crazy.
Lots of rain.
So true, man. So true. And then sometimes
The
there's
most
not.
weather we get is snow.
That's crazy.
What the fuck is a wet? I get rain. That's about it. And
Does
it's
it
like
rain mushrooms?
it feels like
Weather or
Florida.
what?
Haha.
Y'all
I'll
ever
give
do
myself
speed
a
and
name,
shit?
something, prove stupid and pretend just like moss spell with a C.
I'm gonna blow up my Celia.
Don't?
Whoa.
I'm gonna blow up the moon.
Me when I'm that one guy from Despicable Me.
Oh my god.
What?
Victor.
Yeah,
I'm
except
kind of
he's
half
full
paying
of,
attention. I just started listening when I
sheer
hear when I hit
love.
puberty my banana.
Yeah.
The best part is that there is context for
Wait,
that.
what?
We're both transgender and autistic. I'm a communist.
I'm a communist. Wait, okay, hold on. First of all, we gotta make a meme like that, but who's the communist?
What?
Wait, why are we all looking?
I dislike this.
Can't believe we're both autistic and transgender. That's when you say
I'm a communist.
Oh, I gotta go do the fake tweets.
Yeah.
I'm hyped for the fake tweets. That sounds like a
Oh, yeah.
venture
Okay,
and a
so-
half.
I gotta. Hold on. Why the fuck did it say that? I gotta find. You gotta send me profile pictures of what your Twitter profile pictures would be and then
Okay.
your usernames. They gotta be
Okay.
something funny.
Right.
I love them. I will like scroll on TikTok or like Tumblr or wherever secondhand site that Twitter
I knew
memes
you
are
were a
posted
Tumblr
onto.
girly.
So listen, it's 2023 and I still have Tumblr and I still avidly use it. But anyways,
I
I
still
love-
have Tumblr as well. Do not fret.
okay, good, okay. So listen, sometimes you just can't find stuff.
Hey, did you
Like
put
you
your
can
garbage
on
in my
there.
chest?
Oh,
I don't carry garbage. I'm not a trash man.
I think you are
Oh,
a
that
trash
might
man.
have been me. That might have been me. Sorry.
Frames the trash man.
Frames the trash man. You just confirmed you are a trash man.
oh man, got one of them.
Thank you, Bexy, for the raid. Welcome in,
craziest thing.
guys. How was stream?
Guys,
Warped,
you'll
hey!
never be able to find me.
No?
I have a map.
I wonder where
Uh-uh.
it could be.
I actually have no idea where you are though, because I
I
can't
also
see.
have no idea. Are you in the
Yeah,
floor?
Nope.
Are you in the floorboards?
No, not
He's in the
yet.
goddamn
be.
walls!
Maybe.
You're too high or low or crouching for me to see you. So
Okay.
Oh!
uncrouched.
wait, who would be Twitter verified of us?
Me.
That's another.
Fuck! I'm stuck.
Honestly, yeah. I feel like it'd be. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
What
to
the
jump
fuck?
in here. I'm gonna. I feel like the kingdoms with the biggest populations or like the biggest maybe like space or something would be the verified ones, but I don't know. Like I feel like Ray would absolutely not be verified. Sorry,
Yeah.
Ray.
Bexy
Sorry,
lore
Ray.
raid.
I'm
Love
picking your
it.
berries, August.
Levi only
Hey,
made
leave my
Twitter
berries alone.
yesterday
Hey,
because-
no. Stop that.
I'm picking your berries, August.
Stop that. Get your hands off my
Hold on, I have to
berries.
take a really bad selfie for my Twitter profile picture.
You
I
motherfucker.
just destroyed one of your berries.
Get off.
Oh shit. You okay, bro? You do, bro? You good? You good?
I got payback for them picking my berries.
That's so valid, bestie. So valid.
Thank you, Bittersweet Lemon and Yuki Lumi for the follows. You're much
I-
appreciated. Welcome to the crew. How you guys doing? Whoa. Burr now.
Heads up, you hear a sound,
Hold on.
turn around and
Gotta
look up.
Take one of
Total
these.
shock fills your body. Oh no, it's you again. I could never forget those
Eyes.
Creepers got
Still
us
stop
falling
again.
Wait a second, hold on. There's a remix right there. Hold on.
I don't have any blocks to go grab the rest of my stuff. August, you give me a block. Please.
Mm,
Please. Oh, that also
goodbye.
works. I guess I'll steal blocks.
No.
August blocks.
No.
August blocks.
You motherfucker. I've consumed Bexy's art and their lore. I love that.
They don't call me the
Who
They call
calls
me
you that?
What's
I
a
don't know,
dither?
but I think they're insane. Did
I knew this. Why don't I know this now?
where'd Crane go?
I'm
Your
still
mom.
Here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just.
I thought they just disappeared into the void.
Oh god damn, I made that big. That's okay. It's worth it. Alright, now get rid of
Owie.
that. Do another one.
Who hit
Nope.
8?
Yeah, mama.
You.
No. I would never.
You're
Hold
a
on a minute.
liar.
I need
No.
Biggest
My
liar
pants are
in the
not on
city.
fire.
Yeah, they are.
No.
I checked.
What are you doing?
I
checking my
looked down
pants?
and I saw your flaming pants of flames and lies.
That's
The
impossible.
picture was too big.
Me when I have a picture that was too big.
Shut the fuck. You know what? 8. You know what?
Me when you pick my berries.
Well, when my picture's not too big, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it.
No, I can't even. But
I bet my picture is better than your picture.
I bet my picture can do more than yours.
Okay, mine's way too big.
What am I doing here? What? Oh my
I
lordy
took that
lord.
picture earlier, but it's way too big. Where'd it go?
I didn't get to
Where'd
see
go?
it.
Hold on. I gotta make it smaller. I got
Okay.
this. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got this. So how the frick do I not make it gigantic?
I'm just.
So hold on. I got this. Watch what I do. Okay, ready? No, get rid of that. I'm putting the gay down. See, look
I'm
them.
putting the
Look
gay
at
down.
them.
Yeah,
Look at them.
You blocked off
It's
8's
still-
face.
Still gigantic, but it's less
Whoa.
gigantic. Whoa. I need a picture of that.
It's a get it, Gab.
No.
Get
I
on
took
up
my
there.
hat
Come
off,
on.
by the way.
Oh.
I don't have my hat on.
You're naked.
Naked.
Yeah, you can see my ears now. It's weird.
I was looking at your ears
I'm gonna
earlier, and I was
pull
like,
on
why
it.
do I never look at your ears? And it's because you didn't have your hat on. It's crazy. Let me see. Is there
I'll
more
put my
pictures
hat
I can
back on.
upload? I got some good ones in. I got some good ones. Have I already uploaded this
Jeremy?
one? I don't think so. This is a good one.
Why
I need.
is Riot Games opening?
Sorry,
Riot Games
what?
should not be opening.
Right, games is
Probably
being a little
not.
silly goofy. Art.
Ta-da!
Mm.
Yay! I love this one. Okay, now it's gone. Let's see. I got more. Now they're all in the system, though, right? So, like, now.
Get him out.
Wait, hold on. That one's a bad one.
Free
Is this
them.
a good one? It's a bad one. Oh my god, 8, you're not looking in any of these pictures. What are you doing? Good god. Okay, well, never mind. I don't have any.
Free this man. He ain't do nothing.
Oh, wait. We're looking at. Wait, no. August, you're not looking in that one.
What?
Oh, wait. I took these while you were doing your intro. So, no. Okay, that's fine. Here, I'll show you. Oh, this one sucks. Why does this one suck? Do I have another one? That's not.
Thank you. Just in case
I don't know why.
you don't know, it's a separate hat
Yeah,
and headphones.
it's us. Being silly goofy.
The headphones are Corsair, and then the hat, I don't know where it came from. My friend gave it to
So
me.
sorry, I got that stuck in my head. Anyways,
What?
Hi.
hey, you want to see something really cool?
What? Nice.
Yeah. Look at how gay.
Selfie.
So cute. Yeah, cute. Oh my gosh, look at it. You look just like that guy. That's crazy.
That's so weird.
Whack. Whack-a-doodle time, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, get out of my head! What you giggling at?
I put a photo in photos.
Oh, let me see about that. Oh, there's a gay one, but that's not you.
What?
Oh, I see. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. It does. Whoa, my sword looks so spooky behind you.
My
Wow!
headset got unplugged again. I'm stupid.
Jeegbis.
Oh, that's so cute!
Mm, I really like that one.
I like that one. Oh wait, I uploaded that one. Oh wait, no, but it's it's like better quality though. How'd you do that?
How you do that?
Where you close it? Oh wait,
Where your clothes at?
did you upload that one? Or no, was that one already on there?
What?
I don't remember. What's the new one?
That one was on there from me.
What's the new one? You said you uploaded a new one.
Me?
Oh wait, frick. Yeah, what? Didn't you say that? Didn't you say you put one on there?
Not on there. I put a post in Discord.
Oh, what?
In Kingdom's photos.
Oh. Oh, frick. Oh, frick.
What you do?
Kiss, kiss, fall in love.
Do 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 do.
All right,
What?
we gotta assign everyone to a host.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait, like us or
our characters,
Okay.
man. We've been over this. Come on.
True, true.
What?
Have you guys never seen Host Club?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good, because that's like a gay initiative, like initiating thing. Like you
Yeah.
have to have seen Host Club. I feel like Eight's one of the twins.
Yeah.
I don't want to say Crane's the other twin because that's just gross, but like,
No.
you're definitely one of the twins, though. You mischievous little. Okay, bye.
What are you doing, dude?
They don't have. They don't have like. What's the word? They don't have like complex enough personalities to assign to our types of characters.
No.
Without my angst AUs, at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're probably Kyoya in this world.
I could see it.
It's like the closest I could get to, because you're not like Mori. Like it's maybe. I don't think. I think he's too quiet. I don't think you're
Yeah.
quiet per se. Like, Levi's a dumbass. I think Levi is Tamaki.
Thank you for hanging out, Kaz. Have a good night.
Or no. Wait, hold on. Now I gotta think. Extended universe. Kasanoda.
Well.
Whoa there. Oh my gosh, a wall.
I think honestly you could be Kasanoda too.
Dirty.
Dirty. Oh wait, maybe I could be
Dirty.
Renge. Maybe I'm Renge. Whoa, your face is big.
Yeah.
That's
I
hot.
don't know. I wish that song would get out of my head. What's the dog doing?
Squad. What?
Wait.
What's your dog doing?
You drew me canonically taller than.
What?
Put it back. Put it back. Put it back.
I don't think.
I don't have it. It's not me.
Put it back.
Get him!
Yeah. Put it back. Oh, sorry, babe.
Wow.
Put it back. Let me see. Oh shoot, you can fly now. It's okay. I can jump.
What?
Corner, bitch.
Oh shit! From downtown.
Get over here. Get him, get him, get him. No, he went the other way.
Yeah.
Raw!
Yeah, don't ruin the crops. Get over here.
I had to take my tail out because it's too hot.
Mm.
Tail where? Out of where?
Whoa, you whipping your tail out?
Look at it.
Dizzos.
It's okay if he's... Wait. Oh yeah, no. Yeah.
I'm
He's
not taller
you.
than August.
It's okay. It's the ears and the snow boots, we'll say.
Yeah.
I got the Birkenstocks going on.
Got them barking stocks.
The Burks.
I love it. I keep wondering why I didn't make my skin just barefoot. Probably because I used a template, but I should be barefoot. I think I should be. It just makes sense. I should be barefoot.
Yeah.
If I remember at some point to do that. But that works too. I want more fan art of us.
Yeah,
If you're
get on
lucky.
it.
No, I might get on it.
You should. You better.
I might. Because of I'm gonna be on a 6-hour-long drive tomorrow.
That's
Oh,
perfect.
damn.
Do it right now. Then. Do it then.
I will.
Right
I
now.
will. I will. I'll.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right then. Now. Yes. I love it. Awkward.
I'm
Pining.
Li-
King couples.
What?
Yep. I said what I said.
Sorry. I love acting like Crane is absolutely clueless to this shit.
If I send you a reference, will you make us a couple photo?
Yes.
Yay.
Yes. Of course.
Yes.
Please make them gay. Please. Please.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll make the Twitter post if you guys make the fan art. And August can make the TikToks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what Levi's Twitter is gonna look like still.
Hi.
Mm.
I think it's a funny little idea to just.
Gay fan art? Dude, I'd kill for some gay fan art from you guys.
Wait, what? Sorry.
Crane is probably gonna have just his tail out because it's like too warm. Taping it like under his shirt. Ah!
Wait, what's under your shirt?
My tail.
Whoa.
Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Wait a second. No, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Wait, the me when the tail also has white streaks? Play.
Oh my god, your trauma matches your.
Well, yeah, it is trauma. It's mostly stress caused, but also yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. How do I make a profile picture? Oh, right there. There it is. Screenshots.
Stop looking at my ass.
Who's looking at your ass?
I gotta crop it. Gotta crop it. Oh frick. Gotta crop it.
Also, Crane probably doesn't wear his crown that much because it would. He would.
I'm so sorry.
Ears! Squish!
That makes sense. Hi. Ah! Ah! I'm being attacked. Do you ever have a dream that have you ever had a dream that you could that
When you would
When?
you could when
make up with men?
Oh my god, I do that all the time. Dream of it. I mean, I don't do it. I don't.
Brandy, shut up.
L for you.
Yeah.
I think it would be really funny that during like lore bits, one of you, and I'm like near 8 relatively, one of you just goes, "My brother in Christ, why yo tail wagging so much? God damn!" Or just like point out tail. For the funsies.
When your tail. That's it. That's the statement.
Yeah.
What is Levi's username? It's gotta be something like super wrong. And how do I?
No, Levi when August dies.
Wait, what? What did you? Where would you?
Nah.
Oh no! Don't make angst.
Don't worry.
Nah, I just wanted to send that one because I thought it was really funny that was the first thing that popped in my head.
What is that even? Jungle for life? Yes, I love that so much. Oh my god.
Is that gonna be the username?
Yeah.
It's so good.
Jungle for life. That's so perfect.
I think cranes would be cold pockets.
Cold pockets. I love that. Okay. Yeah, I love it. I love it so much.
Cold pockets 7. Do not ask why the 7 is there.
No, don't. No. That fun guy. That fun guy.
Oh,
I just knew with the
it's so
Oh
good.
wait, fun guy. Oh, wait, guys, I'm bad at
August
math.
has to be something angsty. Wait, what's math?
Ask you something
I don't know.
angsty?
Yeah, yours has to be
Emo
something
alcohol.
angsty. Emo alcoholic. I love it. It's so bad. We gotta put on the wiki their official Twitter handles.
We do.
Eyeless Og, like Eyeless Jack, but different.
Oh my god, that's so. I love it. Creepy pastas about August. When?
Oh yeah, my character is just
Sorry, I'm thinking
full of
about this
angst. Literally.
Stop.
That's so good.
Stop.
The fan edits.
Happy birthday.
You guys gotta send me what your profile pictures are going to be.
Yeah.
And then what your name is, like the presented name, not the. Oh wait. On this website, you can have a blue check, a gray check for government official, or a yellow check. Which I
We
have
would
no
all
idea
have
what that
government
means.
official though.
I'm not a
True.
government official.
I'm just not
Actually,
gonna do it. I'm just gonna do blue
Yeah.
or nothing because it's too complicated. I don't like that Twitter lore. Hey!
Hey!
So many. I love it. Oh, I love it. This is so good. Okay, now I have to find good fake tweets to steal the ideas from. Tumblr.
my character is
I like
literally
that
built
people
off of
do
angst.
that.
Mine too. Literally the only thing keeping my character from being
Sorry,
as angsty as I want them to be is that I'm
No,
the
that's so
exact
fair, though.
opposite. Like, I'm extremely giggly and smiley and can't stop making, like, haha little comments. So I'm, like,
Here's
my
a good
own
one.
character's
First
antithesis.
person. What's an orgasm? Second person. When you fold paper to look like birds and shit. Third person. That's fucking origami. Who would be who? I feel like
Levi,
Levi.
Crane, and then
Yeah.
August.
What was it again?
Levi, Crane, August.
Yeah, Levi wouldn't know what to do. There's no sex education in the jungle. And then when you fold paper, and then August, there's origami. Alright, I'm gonna
This is
test.
that's Crane's profile picture. Don't ask why and just don't ask why.
Wait, where'd you hold on? Where'd you say? No, I love that so much. That's so good.
Yeah.
I like this website too because you can update how many, or you can like put how
Don't
many
worry,
likes
August.
and
I will
stuff it
find.
got.
I have data on my phone, so and then I'll just like send it to the things from my phone, like references or whatever, to because I'm the smartest man alive.
Smart.
Twitter for Android because Levi would have an Android.
I have a Nokia.
0 comments. Well, maybe 2 comments because of the chain. 0 retweets. 0 likes.
There's Phantom.
0... Ah.
Hold on.
Me when I'm on an SMP.
Eeps.
Facts.
Big, big, big. Mine is just angsty boy. I recently made art for him. Hell yeah. I love that.
Monk.
Alright, let me download this.
I think there should be cracked bricks for regular bricks.
Agreed.
Huh? Oh, regular. What? How?
You're
No.
gone.
What? Huh?
No. Dang it. This website's more detailed, but the other one I was on, you could do, like, chains, or whatever it's called. Threads. Can't do a thread here.
I have to go pack for my trip. So I think I'm gonna go.
Yes, that's a
Okie
good
dokie.
idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill creepers at your place later.
Whoa.
That's
Oh, okay.
so hot.
Bye.
I need
I'm gonna
gunpowder
put
now.
myself back
Couples
at
that
my
slay
house.
together,
Oh.
stay together.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Winky face, smiley face.
I'm probably gonna
Gag emoji.
end
For
my
the-
stream. Do you guys wanna continue talking? Because we can switch to Discord.
Yeah.
That works.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna raid
gonna-
August.
Ah, me.
I'm gonna
Oh my god. Captain A-R-B-Y.
Me.
Oh my goodness gracious. It's not good. What? Winky face, smiley face, heart emoji, skull emoji, froths.